Hea publik, tervitused Euroopa kultuuripealinnast Tartu 2024. Tere tulemast 3. rahvusvahelisele kultuurikompassile, kuidas muuta maailma keskkonnahoidliku kultuurikorralduse kaudu. Minu nimi on Triin Pikk ja ma olen üks tänastest päevajuhtidest.
Dear audience, greetings from European Capital of Culture, Tartu 2024. Welcome to the 3rd International Capacity Building Forum, Kultuurikompass. How to change the world through environmentally friendly cultural management. My name is Sander Loite, and hi to all of you who are watching us online.
Meie tänane töökeel on inglise keel. Kui sa soovid seda kõike, mida me siin täna arutama hakkame, kuulata eesti keeles, siis registreerimislauast saad endale tõlkeaparaadi ja kõrvaklapid. See on teile ka ekraani tagant kuulajatele ja vaatajatele. Kui sa soovid jälgida meie arutelu eesti keeles, siis vali vasakpoolne ülekandeaken. Kõik korras, tundub, et saame siis alustada. Climate change affects us all every day, now and more even future. Every step and action we take affects the environment and the planet around us. How can we change the world through environmentally friendly culture and sustainable culture? There are more questions than answers in this area. Let's shed some light over this topic today.
Our forum is divided into 3 sections today, with outstanding and inspiring speakers from all around Europe. The first section is called Setting a Course from Dream to Reality. After that, we will take a break, and you can meet each other and have nice time networking. Yeah, networking is a very popular word, and we might miss it in a way because 2, maybe 3 years we haven't had much chance to do it. So please go ahead and enjoy time with each other. How to overcome obstacles together is our second session. And just after that, we'll have second networking session. Yeah, networking already heard. We have a second one. And this will be followed by the break, and we will continue with the third part, and it's called Trailblazers.
We wish you an inspiring forum. Enjoy it. Make new connections, share your experiences, and what Sander already pointed out so nicely, talk to each other. And talk also to our speakers who will be here the whole time. And now is perfect time for opening speeches as well. More. I'm happy to invite you here on the stage, Mr. Urmas Klaas, the Mayor of Tartu.
Dear guests, dear friends, colleagues, dear Tartuvians, ladies and gentlemen. City of Tartu has an ambition. We have a dream to become a climate neutral and smart city by 2030. And I am very happy to tell you that some minutes ago, the President of the European Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, announced 100 European cities that will participate in the European Union mission for 100 climate neutral and smart cities by 2030, the so-called cities mission. and it is my absolutely pleasure to inform you that City of Tartu has been selected as one of the mission cities. And in that context, I have really a pleasure and I'm happy to continue with my opening remarks here in Tartu, European Capital of Culture 2024, and how we can change the world through environmentally friendly cultural management. I am convinced that European Capital of Culture Tartu 2024 is starting a revolution in environmentally friendly cultural management. Dear friends, a quarter of Estonia, Tartu, together with 19 municipalities from southern Estonia, united by the European Capital of Culture, is doing something that has never been done in Estonia. Never. All Tartu 2024 events are organized in keeping with the same environmental guidelines. What it means? This means that, for example, the events have reusable decorations, that all the food will be eaten or given to those in need. Recycling is organized properly, and so on. Thousands of events will take place in Tartu and in southern Estonia that are organized in keeping with the same principles. Today, here in Estonia National Museum, we are joined by European experts, and we have really a unique opportunity to discuss potential solutions that can help manage the global challenge we are facing. Dear friends, Tartu is well known as the city of good thoughts. And our ambition is to be a trendsetter in environmentally friendly cultural management, and I will underline both in Estonia and Europe. Because Tartu is European Capital of Culture in 2024. The European Capital of Culture environmental strategy and guidelines for organizing environmentally friendly events composed last year to help achieve this ambition. Today, here, we are making our very first official step as a trendsetter in Europe. What is important? The good friends from European Commission asked many times, what is your legacy, City of Tartu? What will happen after 2024? And my answer today also is that Tartu wishes to carry on with Kultuurikompass after the European Capital of Culture title year, and this means also that Tartu will be at the forefront of important cultural sector topics in Estonia and in Europe. So, dear friends, ladies and gentlemen, please enjoy our Kultuurikompass and welcome back to Tartu, at least 2024, city of Tartu as climate neutral and smart city by 2030. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Urmas. You're welcome. We heard a great sound, though. Maybe we hear it once again. Okay. I might be the music, or we can sing later on together. Anyway, Kultuurikompass, as mentioned, this forum is part of Tartu 2024's capacity building program for cultural managers. Now we'll have a greeting from Kati Ilves, who is the artistic director of Tartu 2024. You are welcome, Kati.
Hello Tartu, hello Europe, dear friends and colleagues. It's really great to be here today with you. So, as we all know, there's a little less than 2 years to go when Tartu, together with South Estonia, will be the European Capital of Culture and will be organizing thousands, maybe hundreds, maybe thousands of events based on our creative concept, Arts of Survival. That's not, though, our only ambition. As the mayor so well already put, we are very ambitious and we hope to kickstart a revolution in environmentally friendly cultural management. So it's a huge planetary scale urgency that we are seeking for local answers, and we wish to do this not only throughout the tidal year, but also years before and after our main project. And that's also why we are all gathered here today, to exchange the knowledge, to learn new ways of doing this and improve. But that's not the only reason why I'm standing here today. We also have a surprise for you. As for the very first time, we can actually announce the opening date of the European Capital of Culture, Tartu 2024. So, dear friends, dear colleagues, please open your calendars to save the date. The European Capital of Culture will take place right here in Tartu and South Estonia, and it starts on the 27th of January 2024. So it's getting very exciting. It's already been very intensive and exciting times for all of us. We are doing this all together. That's our joint goal, our mutual sort of future where we are going or proceeding from here today. So I also wish you a very fruitful time at the Kultuurikompass Forum and hope to see you here back in 2024. Thank you.
Thank you, Kati. And in a bit we'll have some call, or we have Europe calling. She is Ruth Reichstein, who works on the advisory board of the President of the European Commission, Ursula von der Leyen. Ruth deals with Green Deal-related issues and coordinates the new European Bauhaus initiative. Although Ruth isn't here today, she sends us our greetings, and let's see.
Dear Mayor of Tartu, dear culture managers, dear all. I'm pleased to contribute to your forum today, at least remotely. The link between politics and culture is important, and it's also a challenge to establish this link. We need initiatives like today's forum to make it happen. And the new European Bauhaus aims at exactly this. As President Ursula von der Leyen said, it adds a creative and cultural dimension to the European Green Deal. This is important for two reasons. First, we need all actors of society to make the transition happen. Creatives are super important players that were a long time not really included. architects, designers, filmmakers, creators, writers, you name it. Second, you have the power to touch the hearts of people. The Green Deal is more than a technical or environmental project. If we want to succeed, we need you. And it's happening already. In Helsinki, for example, a green startup makes modular outdoor furniture to reinvent and reclaim public spaces from cars. In Romania, social innovators are creating co-working spaces in post-industrial sites and help organize the local community. And the fashion councils of Europe invest work and energy into making our clothes more sustainable. This is the future. This is why over 10 billion euros of Next Generation EU, our European recovery plan, is going towards creative industries. And we are working on a European strategy for cultural and creative industries to further boost the impact you have on society. We, politicians and administrations, can set the framework. But we need you to fill them on the ground, in cities, regions, villages, with creative projects that involve people from different backgrounds. The European Bauhaus aims to deliver concrete change on the ground, in buildings, spaces, but also in furniture, fashion, and, in the end, mindsets. Let's together shape a creative future. All of you can participate in sustainable culture management. Try it out in your next event. Make an event that is sustainable, beautiful, and inclusive. You are also invited to come to the European Bauhaus Festival that will happen in June in Brussels and beyond. I wish you an interesting forum today and good luck with planning the European Capital of Culture 2024 with as sustainable practices as possible. Thank you.
Anyone already planning on going to Bauhaus Festival? Hands, maybe, yes. I'll go if I have enough money and if we can travel. Anyway, we can start with a forum, but to take part the right way or the way it should be, we are welcoming your questions. So to write down your questions here so that we can know what you are asking for or what is your question, it's fairly easy. You can find a page if you have a smartphone, tablet like I have, or a laptop with you. Find your browser and type in sli.do. It's Slido. Maybe most of you are already familiar with this page. Anyway, there's a place where to insert the code. It's Kultuurikompass, I guess with capital letters. Kultuurikompass, or it doesn't matter, maybe it doesn't, maybe it does. And and if anyone has any problem already, or everyone's, we don't expect you to get into any trouble, of course, but just raise your hand or tell us if you have any problem if you don't access to Slido. So you can submit questions, but first of all, or something that you should know. If you see something that's already written down there and it sounds like the same question you already had in mind, then you might just put the thumbs up to that question and you don't have to waste your time on writing it down in a better way maybe, or in the same way. And if everyone's happy, we can have a try. We have prepared one question for you and to see what are your thoughts. The question goes like that. Should national cultural strategies take into account the principles of environmentally friendly cultural management? Should national cultural strategies take into account the principles of environmentally friendly cultural management? Do we have the right answer? We do. We agree on that. It's yes. But somebody told no. I wonder who. Or maybe it was someone who's online and we don't have a chance to blame him or her. Anyway, the same thing goes with you people all around the world, all around Europe. You can write down your questions, and we have a chance to ask them during the first panel discussions. And if you're happy, we can move on to our first session. We have three beautiful people speaking to us about their main topics. And if we introduce this session, we should agree, or maybe we agree, that big goals require political and public vision and agreements. The first topic at the Kultuurikompass Forum will discuss environmental cultural management in the light of political agreements. So how exactly does the European Green Deal set aims for culture, and how to manage and achieve all that we want? Let's dig into this topic and discuss it more closely. We have our first speaker over here. Yes, he's ready. He's Mihkel Kaevats. He's a free soul with great variety of interests. He has been member of the European Green Capital Tallinn 2023 team. A healthy city environment is very important to him, and now he works in the Ministry of Culture and carries on with the mission of Green Revolution in the cultural sector, and is willing to make it all happen. Please welcome Mihkel Kaevats.
Hi everybody, I'm Mihkel. I represent the Estonian state here as I work in the Ministry of Culture, and it's really something that's close to my heart, and this is why I think this discussion that is always growing is so important. But I'll begin with a question. What do you think, is the Estonian cultural management sustainable? Any hands? Somebody has? Kalmar, maybe you know. Is it sustainable? Is it something that we can say that, yeah, we are there? Is it, for example, better or worse than, for example, pig farming in Estonia? Does it have an impact that's less than pig farming? The fact is that we just don't know. We don't know. And we might even not know that we don't know. Or we might be happy with like the things are now. But as we discussed the sustainability topic, the most important thing is that there are no get out of jail cards for free in this topic. The fact that you maybe collect cigarette butts or do diligent waste management doesn't make you sustainable yet. You can only become sustainable through systemic action and approach that takes in count all impact on the environment. All. You can, of course, start with the low-hanging fruit. It makes sense. It's simpler. It's cheaper. But also, and maybe most importantly, every step of the way you'll be learning new tricks. You'll get to learn stuff. And after the first steps, the really impossible stuff, that was completely like out of this planet, you might actually start seeing the path. How could I actually do that? To whom I have to call, and how do we do it? It might actually seem simpler than at start. Because you and your people and your organization and your network is smarter. You are more agile, and maybe not the least importantly, you are more visible also. I guess sustainability is a bit like innovation. You have to constantly work on it. It's a kind of a mindset. You fail, but you learn from failing. There is no like, be you, we're sustainable now. There's no such state. There is another elephant in the room also. While some of the cultural organizations are very keen to learn on how to become more and more sustainable and to do even little actions, there are some who just don't see the angle, the proximity of sustainability as a topic to the cultural field. What do you mean sustainability? What do you mean sustainable? I'm doing plays or books or concerts. That's culture, man. As if culture didn't have anything to do with sustainability. This position of culture, this position that culture is something so special that, you know, like the old school dirty dancing, you mean like cultural production with waste and emissions is still sexy. But it's not. And it's going fast out of fashion with the difference that this fashion is never coming back. There's a generation of spectators and cultural, let's say, people interested in culture who are not interested in seeing dirty productions. They'll boo the dirty productions. So dirty culture is going out of fashion. The other challenge that instantly arises when you represent, for example, the Ministry of Culture, who gives out money, is like money. You know, okay, you want us to be sustainable, so give us money. Give us more money. And I do agree that when you rebuild a theater or a concert house, you need like considerable investments. And I think the state should take that in account. I do agree that some of the smaller like actions that you can do will cost a bit more money now. But first off, not everything that is sustainable is necessarily more expensive. That's a myth. So you just can refuse some really wasteful activities that now is considered like normal comfort, and it might be even cheaper. Think of reusable dishes instead of organizing plastic waste. Think of organized transport included in the ticket price to faraway venues of culture instead of managing these country road traffic jams and these really ugly parking places on the fields. Think of reusing your production materials instead of buying new ones every time. But like, look into your field. I think you'll know your field much better than I do. Secondly, if we all start buying sustainable products and services and refuse the dirty ones, then sustainable stuff will become cheaper in time. Like market economy will come to help. I know it demands an effort, but I guess we have to do it anyway at some point, so let's start now. And why not do it together? Because if we let, for example, the market know, all kinds of companies that from 23 on will buy only on these conditions, from 24 on will buy only on these conditions, and from 25 there is no buying this anymore. So, and why not do it in a larger coalition? All cultural management and organizations who have something to do with buying stuff. Let's say that, like, we are not going to do it. We're not going to buy dirty anymore. As also our productions, the sustainable materials get cheaper, our productions get more sustainable. Also, like all these materials get cheaper, but also they create new value chains. So instead of buying like a PVC from China, you'll be buying from some local guy in Vasselina who also lives a good life there. Thirdly, the give us money argument has very short legs. You know, it only works. You can only give more money to organizations that are already on a path to sustainability. Because they know what they need to do. They'll have much clearer plans and skills for that. The state or any other investing body should not give a dime to people whose only response to sustainability is money, because we can be sure that this money will be not well spent. And fourthly, sustainable cultural production can actually create new ways of community building. So washing dishes, to buy it as a service is too expensive. Why not communicate this to your community? And we can all do our dishes ourselves, right? We all know how, don't we? And this is the call of action that I leave with you. With all of us, actually, on the cultural field. Engage with people. Find ways how creators, producers, and spectators can participate in sustainable productions, cultural productions. Because it might be fun. It might increase your art's message. And it definitely is avant-garde. Thank you. And take care.
Thank you much. So if you have any questions to Mihkel, please write them down on Slido, and we have a chance to ask these during our panel discussion. So Mihkel is very welcome back on stage, just, let's say, 20, 30 minutes or so. We are slightly ahead of the schedule, though. You get home earlier, or in your hotel, or wherever. Anyway, just keep posting your questions. May I remind you all who are watching us online once again, your questions are most welcome. And if we don't have a chance to ask them today, they will be answered to you in a written form. This is something that we asked for our speakers, and they made a promise. So they can't hide. They just have to do it. Anyway, we can go on with our next special speaker. She is Marleen Viidul, and she's the head of Department of Culture at Tartu City Government. She has been active in the field of culture, both as a cultural organizer and as an official. In her work, Marleen has repeatedly experienced that culture is an area that drives significant change and makes every location truly livable, unique, and what's the most? Attractive. Please welcome.
So hello everyone. It's a pleasure to be here, definitely. I'm very happy to introduce you today a case study from Tartu. We have a very interesting experience I would like to share with you, and I would also like to explain some of the topics we have done already. So we all know that culture makes the cities, areas, regions livable, attractive, and also economically effective. And also we know that they have a very strong social impact. So culture is pretty much driver of everything in the region. In 2020, we were all in a very interesting situation. I'm sure you all remember. COVID came. Everything was cancelled. Cities were empty. People were at homes. And it was a very interesting situation and a challenge for all the cities and municipalities and areas. So in Tartu, we were thinking, what can we do? What can we do to be attractive in this summer? How can we create the environment for the people so they can still come with the restrictions, feel free and enjoy themselves. And how can we put Tartu on the map, on a situation when all the events were cancelled? So, in cooperation with city and many nice organizations, NGOs, government organizations, city organization, the Car-Free Avenue was born. And why are we doing this? As Mayor said, Tartu has been selected as one of the 100 climate neutral cities. It's a very ambitious plan and we are very proud about it. But also, we all know that the single-use plastic directive came into force last summer. In Estonia, it will hit us this July. And really to make people see differently their city, we need to make a change. We need to make them see that they can influence and that the small steps will take them to the right direction. And as I already said, I believe that if anyone can do it, the culture can. Because we have ways to show people that the change is possible, you can make small steps, and it takes you to the right direction. In Estonia, the government has said that the single-use plastics can't be used in public events in local municipalities. So now in the municipalities, we have to figure out how to make it happen. This is all what the law is telling us. So it's a challenge. We all have to face it in this July. We can't really postpone it anymore. So what is a Car-Free Avenue? Vabaduse puiestee is one of the main streets in Tartu. It's a wide street, usually all for traffic. But in 2024, we closed it for traffic. It wasn't a very popular decision, as you all might understand. But we created it a very nice environment for the people to spend their free time. There were food trucks, culture, and very nice green areas. And you could sit down, enjoy your day, and come every day, and there was always something happening. So we really changed the way people see their city. And this is something Tartuvians really appreciated. How do I know that? Because we tried to measure how many people visited, how much time they spent there, and what did they like most. And it was success on 2020, and it was also a success on 2021. And also numbers. All the foreign tourists were gone, you all know that. In 2020, 21, empty, nothing. People couldn't travel. So you could only hope that the local tourists will come, that the local people, Tartuvians, will love what you have done, and that they will bring all their families, friends all over Estonia. And it definitely happened in Tartu. They came, and the statistics show that they actually stayed longer, which really is good for the economy, of course. So we really wanted to create a nice city space. So this is actually a street you can show, and there's a fountain in the middle of the street. So you could enjoy, cool off. There was a playground for children. So the main street, only for traffic, was used for totally something else. And people really enjoyed and appreciated it. And who else, if not culture, can lead the way? It's not anymore a matter of being really adapt. It's a matter of necessity now, because we really have to adapt. We don't have any choice anymore. So it's arts of survival, or in a way, arts for survival now. So what have we done in Tartu so far? City of Tartu has made first steps to have our carbon footprint measured. It's an ambitious plan. We know we have a long way to go, but I'm very proud that city is taking those steps. And European Capital of Culture 2024 has created a strategy for all the Tartu and Southern Estonia to go green. So all the cultural organizations, managers, they have a very nice tool, practical tool that they can use to become more environmentally friendly. There's a basic level, but there's also a next level. So every year you can adapt and you can go higher, have new goals, and take a next step further. And we also started recognizing best examples. It is a very nice step. It's not expensive for the city, but it really helps to motivate our organizations, show them that we appreciate their efforts and that we think that they are important for us. And Car-Free Avenue is also one of the top 100 good practice stories in green destinations, which is also a very nice recognition for the city. So what did we do in Car-Free Avenue to raise environmental awareness? We had different talks, workshops, presentations, information boards, volunteers. We used only regenerative energy, and we're pretty proud about it. We used a reusable deposit dishes system, which was very effective. And people actually thanked us for using it, which was a bit surprising because it was the first time. It was a 31 days festival, and nobody in Estonia has done it so long before. We were the first ones. So it was a challenge for the city, but also to our partners. And we used food distribution cupboards to share the leftover food. So no food that was left over was not thrown away. It was put in a cupboard. Also the cafeterias in the city center used it, different partners used it, and people were very happy. The food was gone, and everybody were happy, and no food was wasted. Actually, the cupboard moved towards the city market, so it was used for the whole season. In winter, it was put away, but actually it was a beginning, and it stayed there for the whole season. And we tried to collect waste by type. Whoever has organized festival, they know it's a challenge. You think it's easy, it never is, it's confusing, what is packaging, where do I put this? So you need a lot of volunteers, a lot of work to make it happen. So it was a challenge for us, but we learned the lesson, and we'll definitely take a next step this year. Excuse me. So what are our plans for the future? We'll continue sharing the best practices. We definitely have to do that. I think it's a way to motivate and really make people believe that it works. We'll have different courses, mentoring programs. We'll do counseling to make sure that everybody are feeling comfortable taking those first steps. Practical toolkit, so you can have a very practical tool you can use to set your goals and also measure how you did. Sorry. And we'll definitely continue recognizing the best examples. So what else? Green plan is a must if you want to have a public event permit in Tartu. In July, it's obligatory for everyone in Estonia. We don't have a choice. We have to start right now. It will be a must in the future to get a grant from the city of Tartu. It sounds challenging, but we're here for our partners, and together we can do it. And we'll definitely work on a green label for the organizations and events, because we want people to feel comfortable and we want to motivate them to take those steps. And you all know, going green is a matter of honor. There's no choice. So, I would like to encourage you all to act straight away. There's no time. In July, we already all have to live with the new rules. But let's take it as a nice challenge. On government level, we need vision, plan, strategy. On local government level, we can act straight away. On event level, on organization level, we can act straight away. So let's do that. Let's try together how it works, and I believe we can make it happen. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Marleen. And once again, we can tell you that Marleen definitely welcomes your questions as well. And if you happen to be a person who likes Estonian besides English as a language as well, you might write down it in Estonian and we'll do the translation for you. So kui te tahate kirjutada eesti keeles küsimuse, siis ka seda võib teha. Me proovime siis ära tõlkida ja loodame, et mõte jõuab kohale. I was talking gibberish right now. No, it wasn't. It was Estonian. It's quite nice language. Some people say it sounds like elves, like a beautiful language, yes. Thank you for that. Anyway, next up is Else Christensen-Redzepovich. She's an expert and advisor in local and international cultural relations. She has led complex, large-scale transnational EU projects focusing on empowering local communities, sustainable urban and regional development, and internationalization. In 2018, Else was appointed the project manager of Voices of Culture. In 2020, she was appointed to the European Union expert panel for the selection and monitoring of the European capitals of culture by the European Parliament. Please welcome. Thank you.
Hello, everybody, both here in the room, but also behind the screens all over Europe. I don't know how many have joined up, but I hope a lot, because this forum really deserves it. Thank you very much to Team Tartu for inviting me to be here today. It's a great pleasure, and it's actually my first time in Tartu. And it's not going to be the last time either, because at least I now have put in my calendar that on the 27th of January 2024, I'll be here for the opening. And I can't wait. I don't know where Tartu ranges on the scale in terms of greening in the area of arts and culture management, but I can say when it comes to organization, a beautiful professional setup, and not to forget the great hospitality that I have enjoyed so far. Tartu on a scale from 1 to 12 is 12 points, 12 points. Thank you very much. I'm a consultant, and what I do, apart from being a consultant, was already explained by you. Thank you very much. So I'll go straight to my presentation. But I'm afraid I'm going to be the boring guy in the room, because I don't have any exciting projects to present to you. But I'd like to try to explain a little bit about the framework, about the policies, how policies are made top-down, but also how it's actually possible for the cultural sector to also influence policy bottom-up. Oh my God, that really sets the standard for my presentation. I assure you it looked perfect on my mobile telephone when I was doing the presentation. But maybe there is also a message behind this blurry picture. The UN 17 Sustainable Development Goals against greening of the cultural sector. So what do we actually mean when we talk about sustainability? Do we talk about just the UN Sustainable Development Goal 13, about climate action? What is it we talk about? And at what costs do we work on making our cultural events sustainable? Is it at the cost of health, physical, mental health? Is it at the cost of education, poverty, gender equality, and all the other sustainable goals in the UN Charter? And where's culture anyway in the 17 Sustainable Development Goals? Nowhere, specifically anyway. Should it be number 18 maybe? Or should culture go across all the Sustainable Development Goals? But what I do know, even though I'm not an expert in sustainable development, nor in greening, I do know that culture needs to go across all the Sustainable Development Goals. The European Green Deal you are very familiar with, that sets the goals for greening of Europe before 2030, also has no mention of culture as such. The European Green Deal fits within the umbrella, if you imagine the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. Whatever happens on EU level feeds into what has been decided on UN level. So the European Green Deal, of course, is a part of that. But as I said, culture is missing, and we already heard my colleague Ruth explaining to you about the European Bauhaus. That is a way of making the European Green Deal more tangible, putting a human face to it. So making us understand that sustainability can be beautiful, that good design can improve our lives, and that sustainability is also about a more beautiful and humane world. So we all need to creatively rethink the way we do things. We need to not just think about our own sector and our own geography, but we have to think across, both across different sectors and across territories, and to have a more holistic approach to the way we work with sustainability. But where's culture in the EU when it comes to sustainability? Culture kind of sits within its own unit, and it's directed by all of the 27 member states in the Council of Ministers. And every third year they draft what's called a work plan for culture. So this is just an extract of the main page, if you want, of the work plan for culture, where it says that in culture, this is what the EU will be working on in the next 3 years, or this is rather in the past 3 years, because the new work plan for culture is being drafted at the moment, and it's actually possible to influence what's going to be written in this new work plan for culture. And I can assure you that sustainability will be a big part. Most of you will be aware of all the different EU programs available for doing projects with partners around Europe. And all of the programs, no matter which program you choose, you'll find that you have to adhere to the structures, to the political framework of where the EU wants to go, namely greening Europe before 2030. So all these programs are a kind of a carrot, and it makes you go in the right direction if you want the money. So as a cultural actor, how do you do it and what do you do? Like, how do you actually go about greening or working sustainably with your cultural projects? You can go off and just be proactive and do things, but you can also try to learn from others, not having to invent the wheel, and to try to somehow fit into a mold, join up with others, and collectively work at sustainable changes. And what I definitely can recommend is that you get out of your local environment, you get out to have a look into the world, but also to, when you're up there in a helicopter perspective, look down on your area from outside with a fresh set of eyes, because often we then discover new things. I also encourage you to really link up with networks all across Europe, because together you are stronger. And to not just wait for policy to trickle down to where you are, to trickle from the UN level to the EU level, to your national level, to your local level, to wherever you are, and to simply follow where the money is for projects, because they are the ones to lead you in the right direction. It will be too late to do that. You will need to be much more proactive. But you can have influence through the European networks. And one of the platforms where you really can have a lot of influence is Voices of Culture, a project that is owned by the European Commission, implemented by the Goethe Institute, a platform that is given by the European Commission where the cultural stakeholders and the policymakers get together and discuss what's necessary and what's meaningful to do together. The policymakers learning what the world looks like from the point of view of a cultural stakeholder. It's of course a very small scale impact that Voices of Culture has, because it does not involve everyone. I don't know if anyone in the room or online has taken part in a Voices of Culture structured dialogue. Are there any hands? Yeah? So you know a little bit about what it's about, yes. But the idea with Voices of Culture is something that could be scaled up. It's something that you can take on board yourself. In a city like Tartu, you could decide that we have our own Voices of Culture. We have once a year an event like this where you have brainstorming sessions with the cultural sector about certain topics, and then you team up with your politicians to develop ideas and to ensure that you have the right framework for your sector. Apart from Voices of Culture, there is another platform that was created in connection with COVID-19. It's called Creatives Unite, and it's a platform where cultural stakeholders from all over the world, for that matter, but mainly from Europe, because it's a European interest framework, can join and learn about what goes on in the cultural field across Europe, where you can also post information about what you are doing. So back to Voices of Culture. So once on a European level, the cultural stakeholders and the European Commission people have been together and discussed a certain topic, then what happens? Well, first of all, the result of the work is published in a report and distributed widely so that others can learn from what has happened. But also the European Commission ensures that the member states are informed about what happens and also take part in a discussion on that topic with the input from the sector. But then there is a missing link. There's a missing link between the national level and what happens on ground level. And it's an area where we can all work together to try to find the missing link by setting up our own systems for trying to influence what happens on the policy levels, all the way from your level, from municipal level, all the way to the EU, even to the UN. So engage in networks and networks of networks, locally and internationally, as much as you possibly can. Because through networking, you gain new knowledge, new insights, you acquire new skills, you learn to navigate in an international culture, you make new friends, you have a stronger bargaining power when you want to achieve something. And in terms of advocacy, you also have a lot of strengths. So hurry up and go out there and do lots of networks and link up with Europe. Thank you.
You can stay on the stage as our panel discussion is about to begin. Would you like some water?
No, I'm fine, but I was just wanting to apologize that I didn't keep within my 10 minutes. But because you revealed to us that we're ahead of time, I was a bit cheeky and I thought, never mind.
That's good. You did the right decision, I must remind you. May I offer you a glass of water then?
I already have my
water. Oh, you have one?
Yeah.
Perfect. Then please find a seat. And with us, would you join us, Mihkel? I know that you have a nice chat going on there with Mayor and... But yeah, please do. Sorry for interrupting, though. No. Yeah, and Marleen as well. Yeah, please do find yourself a nice, comfortable seat, and I do it as well. So right now, that's the point that we don't close the opportunity to ask questions. You can still go on and write down and post them during the panel discussion. But as I see, we have already some things that we can start asking. And as we move on to our panel, everyone is here. All right. Sorry for keeping you waiting. Anyway, to begin with, to start the major change in the field of culture, in how it's organized, made, and then received, experienced, we should maybe first of all talk about how do international and national strategies support the green turn in culture? And how does culture assist achieving the goals of the Green Deal in society? Maybe I begin with you, Elsa.
Well, I think I already... Thank you very much for the question. I would rather like to attempt answering the first part of the question rather than the last part, because that's where my expertise lies. So I think I already tried to explain how the strategies are developed on UN level, on EU level, and actually also on a national level. And that I also pointed out that there really is a missing link in what happens at the macro level and what actually cascades down to the public, to the cultural sector. And that often the cultural sector, any sector for that matter, feels that they do not get the information necessary in order to implement the strategies. But also they don't feel that they can influence how the strategies are made. And this is an issue that I think is worth looking at and seeing how that could be overcome. Because even like with Voices of Culture, even if policies and strategies are being discussed at an EU level together with the representatives from the member states, do the member state representatives actually go back and make it happen in their member states? Or do they just go back from a trip to Brussels and get on with the agenda?
Yeah, it's a good point, and then we can turn to Mihkel in that case. What happens then?
What happens?
Just as we know.
Who knows? Who knows? Life happens. I guess I'll start from something very basic. I guess maybe some of us, maybe you don't get what's the strategy, different levels, like it comes internationally, then there are national level. I would like to start by defining what is a strategy in the 21st century. I think it used to be something that let's say after the military, let's say, connotations of strategy, it was like for companies and let's say public governing entities that they set goals for themselves and then they forget it. It doesn't work anymore. Now, when we have like these huge challenges, that any of us, if we start thinking like, I as a consumer, I have all this responsibility I have to take care of, you will never have any meaningful impact alone. So strategies in the 21st century are places where very large sums of people agree on something. Let's try to do this. And when you have these goals in place, then you can start thinking like, what's my role in this? And strategies still tend to be quite complicated and like not read by the wider public, but I would urge all strategy makers always to be very concise and clear. Let's just prove ExxonMobil and Shell wrong. Let's show that we do not have to depend on for example, these carbon fuels. We just don't. It's better for us. It's better for the environment. Sorry, I already started speaking like our former president. What was the question?
The question is that, as Elsa pointed out, that if a strategy is produced at the European level, Commission level, for example, then what does a minister do after that in our state?
Okay.
What happens next?
Much more technical.
Is it like something that is lost in translation?
No. This is, I think, the most important point also, that not only these strategies are all coherent, they derive EU Green Deal strategies derive from sustainability goals, the UN goals. Then state level takes the UN goals, Green Deal, and translates it to its own actions. Then it comes to the city levels or local municipal levels, and somewhere around, I don't think that it's linear like this, but more like a network. Somewhere around are all the cultural organizations who, of course, have to adapt, because I think I loved how you said that you have to take these things into account if you want the money. That's easy. That's so easy. If you want the European money, the state money, the municipal money, or whatever, you just have to adapt. But as I pointed out in my own presentation, also, it's not only applications and bureaucracy. It's the cultural spectators, your clients, who are going to say that why are you doing stuff like this? I want things to be measured. I want them to be clean. I am doing my part. So why aren't you doing yours? Let's do it together.
And if I may, I would also like to encourage people on a local level to actually contact the national levels to inquire what happens. We know that there's been this discussion, there have been these strategies at EU level, but how come we don't know about it? How come it's not cascaded down to where we are? Because unfortunately we do know that not much happens in most of the EU member states.
Right now, yet,
yeah.
I guess. Yeah.
So it does kind of fade out and kind of,
we have to push.
Become
all right, I see.
Oblivion.
And from the, let's say, a producer's level or from city of Tartu's point of view, Marleen, how does culture assist then achieving the goals of the Green Deal in society? Because you had a great chance to prove it in a way with this car-free avenue.
Yes, I think the culture unites people. This is a common language we speak, even if we have different beliefs or political views. We still go to the same concert theaters, enjoy the same things. So I think culture is a really great resource to use to introduce new ideas. And what I like about local level is that we can act straight away. Like we can start tomorrow, today. We can make small steps and start straight away. And in Tartu, we try to do it with our organizations because we can't do anything alone. So we see them as our partners, and we really like to support them, encourage them, because we aren't nothing without them. Without our partners, we don't have Tartu. So that's what I like, that we can actually, we don't care about strategies, long-term ideas. If there's a sign, we can react straight away. So I think this is fantastic on local level.
That's great, and I guess the...
Can I comment on that?
Of course you can. Please do.
Yeah, I guess this. It's true that you can act right away, but it does fit into a larger like framework where you want to go, right? Because like let me put it like this: if you wouldn't have this goal of becoming sustainable, then like a car-free avenue, like we remember it like 10 years ago, even hell, before you did that. Like people were like, oh, no, that's not possible. And why should you do it? You did it because it was necessary and because we all had agreed on some kind of goals, right?
Yeah, true. But actually at the moment too, the single plastic use directive was introduced last year. It will come force in July. And the only sentence on the legislation level says that the local municipalities have to make sure that nobody uses the single plastic. Thank you for that, really. We appreciate it. We'll solve the problem, but it doesn't help us at all, really,
and
on the local level.
Definitely, that's passing on the problem and maybe not... well, that's up to your ingenuity. Then it's, as you said, you can act right away.
And I think that's these good examples that you, I mean, this example that you were mentioning is a brilliant example, and these kind of good examples are really necessary also at the level of the EU and other levels to be inspired and to share these kind of good practices, because it's very well and good to just go out and do things, and that should always be encouraged. But sharing is also good, because sharing also goes the other way, so that, you, as I was saying in my presentation, you don't have to keep inventing the wheel, but we can share knowledge.
Definitely.
Through networks.
And am I right, Marleen, that this car-free avenue will continue?
Yes.
Oh, that's perfect. That's perfect. Somebody asked that, and I hope they got their answer.
It will continue in 2022, yes.
That's nice. That's nice. And there's something I recall that before the first year it happened, I heard like 1 or 2 taxi drivers just using really faulty words, hearing about that this avenue will be closed, at least part of it. And this brings to another question that the guest or somebody online has asked. How did you explain it to those people who were in the first place against this decision, or even, how did you explain yourself that this needs to be done and it's a good idea?
Well, as Mihkel also said, that definitely it helped a lot that we had the same goal. We all knew that we have to make some more sustainable choices. So it was question how we're going to do this. And another very important question we have in Tartu is who owns the city space and what is it used for?
People?
Is it only for cars? Is it only for people? Is it only for bicycles? Do we have to spread the areas and draw the certain lines, or we can use it together? And it was another motivation for us. So, and a third one is to make Tartu bigger on a situation where there's no tourists, nothing's happening, no events. So it actually convinced people. We did have more visitors, it was an attractive area, and it didn't take very long to take a detour by car. We measured it actually. So in the end, many people who were actually in opposition in the beginning, in the end they said, it's actually a pretty good idea.
Yeah, it is. And so it continues.
And it points out to a larger concept that this kind of testing on this kind of small scale, although Vabaduse puiestee is big, but it's small scale, it brings about this cultural change, and it shows to people who maybe are opposed or don't see the idea of it that actually it was good. It was my car ride was not anything much worse, and it was a whole lot of fun. I think experimenting and having fun is super important also.
Yes.
Yeah, but I also think it's really important to be able to. I'm going again to be the boring guy, but to measure the impact and to actually develop indicators to find out, are we really going in the right direction? So is this great project maybe going in the right direction, but at the cost of something else? Are there some people left out on this account that suffer in other ways? Going back to what do we mean when we say sustainable?
That's true. And we also thought about that because we don't want to demonize cars or car drivers. I'm a car driver myself every day. I'm not very proud of it, but I am. And it's a practical reason I have to use it, at least now. So there's a space for everyone in Tartu, but you can really rethink the way we use the city space, and we can make it more enjoyable for everyone. So you could still park your car, you could still get to the city center, to the library, to the market. So everything was accessible. You just had to think a little differently maybe to get there. And it didn't really take longer either. So we really thought it's true, and we've been thinking about it continuously and trying to make it even more sustainable for everyone, approachable for everyone, and enjoyable for everyone.
So I have one question for you, else somebody has posted it for us. How can Europe-wide strategies and policies accommodate cultural diversity and difference across member states?
Well, it needs to be underlined that the area of culture is not a competence of the EU. So, according to the Treaty of the European Union, culture lies with the member states.
Oh, yeah.
So the EU cannot make decisions and tell member states what to do at all in the area of culture. But what the European Commission or the European Union does, and of course, again, it has to be kept in mind that the European Union is not some free-running animal somewhere in Brussels, but that it's actually
us.
It's you. It's everyone. It's 27 member states, and basically nothing happens unless the ministers of each country has been getting together and discussed something. But that aside, what the European Union then does in this area is, for instance, European Capital of Culture. It is putting out a brand, the European Capital of Culture brand. If you want that brand, you have to adhere to some criteria, and one of the criteria is inclusiveness.
I see, that's good. And we can, I think, point the next question that somebody has asked to Mihkel in the first place. Should government enforcement play a larger role in building a greener society, or should it be more through culture and people's initiative?
We had yesterday, when meeting up with all the speakers, we discussed it quite thoroughly, and I, like also other speakers here, don't believe in reinforcement in this sense that let's just say that now it's banned and that's it. Like, it has a place in some kind of areas. For example, I think none of us actually missed the band what were the ear sticks and the ones that were made out of plastic that have, like, according to European Commission research, the biggest impact on the oceans and the plastic waste. They really did ban some of the really stupid plastic stuff one time used, and I think maybe there was like a limited like appeal to it, because nobody misses it, and we have actually made something really impactful. But as in general, I think if we all don't take it as our thing that makes our life better, I will bring just one example, very like current one for all the Estonians and actually all Europeans in the room, is like by adopting greener technologies, for example, energy technologies, we will show the fucking middle finger to these retarded autocrats like Putin, but also in the Middle East. Like these kind of fossil fuels have built like an accumulation of really bad and dirty power. By going green, we actually are supporting our like security goals also. And we cannot do if we start going very much against this. No, this is some kind of new stupidity that is being ordered on the state level, and especially if the state does that, saying that now like that's it with some kind of activity, then like it will be limited in appeal. Let's say it will be like reinforced with all the force that the state has. But I don't really think that in the 21st century you can do stuff like that and it works.
Yeah, sure, because maybe these people will be voted out.
Yeah, and some
in a free world, of course.
Yeah, some real reactionary will come back and will have then complete like justification to turn back like harmful policies that have harmed, for example, certain groups. If you start banning stuff, then you might do harm to the most vulnerable groups because you like take away everybody's access, but some people are more dependent on some resources than others. While I do actually support, and this is not banning, but let's say if you fly 360 times a year, then I think you should pay more for each and individual airline ticket you're buying. You should pay more. That's it. Like that's the frequent flyer taxing program. Like about, I don't remember, 3% of flyers account for more than 50% of the flights. Okay, you can pay for that.
Sure. And I think that you can take a sip of water, but the next question also goes in the first place to you, Mihkel. And we can, of course, all thoughts are welcome from everyone. What is the current status of culture, for example, in Estonia? When we talk about sustainable development, being environment friendly, can we say what's good and bad? How do we measure that? How do we map it?
I'll start by really praising the Tartu 24 team because I think their cultural events manual is an example for everybody, and I think we just will have to scale it up to state level. So Tartu is doing really good work. As I stated also in my keynote, like we really don't know. When this ends at 3 o'clock, I will actually join a tender meeting and will, which then is the first comprehensive, let's say, try or project to measure Estonian culture, Estonia's cultures and sports. Environmental footprint. we at this moment we don't know, but going along, this is what I said also in the presentation, like everybody is welcome to take up new activities, and we can all learn from each other. There is no place for complacency. I want to stress that there is no saying that we are collecting cigarette butts, we are like a green event, while the beach is full of parked cars. It doesn't go together. Think about parked cars then. Think about actually your event. What kind of damage is it doing to the biodiversity of the place where you're organizing it? And taking small steps, you can actually make a big difference.
And Else, on European level, is there, I guess in discussions at least, or you've already, you know it, and you can tell, do we have an idea how to give advice to member states, or how does Europe as a whole see that we should measure these things, or see that we are sufficient enough, we are effective enough?
Both the EU, but and through the EU, the very many networks that receive funding from the EU, and this is what I'm encouraging you to try to join up to these European networks, because there's so much knowledge. There are so many studies, so many reports that have been written over the years, where the information is readily available. You don't have to look for it, and especially on this topic. There are zillions of examples of ways to measure impact, and to measure impact in different ways, also taking into account other things. So while you focus on the cigarette butts, you may not take into account that the people working in your organization are paid fairly, that they have decent maternity leave, that they have pension, that they have other benefits. Artists living in very precarious situations. Does anyone take that into account? That's also sustainability.
That's right. And do we have a plan in Estonia, at least in the Cultural Ministry of Culture, how to measure the environmental impact of Estonian cultural field?
Mm-hmm. We do have a framework. Of course, we have to go into details where the devil lies. But let's say I have been dealing with this question for the last few months, and there are some principles that that have guided me through this work. And first thing, it has to be systematic. So it has to take in count all the systemic. It has to be take in count all the impact. So until better railway connections with Europe, one of our speakers considered going on a 2-day train trip to Stockholm and taking the night boat to Tallinn and then the bus to Tartu. But that's not really an alternative to flight. So there are some things that are really not reachable right now. But in the end, when we have figured out our house efficiencies, we have figured out the waste management, circular use, reuse, maybe most importantly of all, refuse. What do we refuse? But we will have to get to this, that 2028, the speakers who are here come by train, not by plane.
Yes, and that really brings up a very important discussion, because, where do you draw the line? Because on the one hand, we are encouraging mobility, artist mobility. We are encouraging sharing, both artists and also arts and culture. How do we balance the environmental impact against the benefits of meeting. That has a social and a health benefit as well, both in enjoying the arts and culture from somewhere else and meeting people from other cultures that build bridges and ensures more inclusiveness. So it's not easy. There's no easy solution. And I probably wouldn't have come here by train because it would not be possible. I had a conference on the 26th and I have one again on Sunday. And so, I just wouldn't have come.
Definitely. What you said, I remember one initiative, like I think it was 2004 maybe. There was like a train with European poets on board and basically from every country, and they went by train. I think it all lasted like a month or maybe 2, and they all took the train through all of Europe and made read poetry in very many cities in Europe. And it had a huge, this kind of community impact, what you mentioned, and I guess also maybe even some birth rate, actually, and it's still very fondly remembered. So I guess, for example, organizing this kind of international networking can be also done in very different ways, and I'm not shunning any of them, but as you said, it's a question of balance. How do we construct our lives and stuff?
And I would also say, in terms of view for the city of Tartu and hosting the European Capital of Culture, if you could not reach out to Europe and embrace the cultural diversity of Europe and invite people to Tartu, then what will be the point of the European Capital of Culture initiative? So it's not easy.
Yes, and
sorry. It's just it's also a matter of technologies, because flying just now it's dirty, but it doesn't have to be. I guess in 10 years maybe already we'll have a hydrogen fuel, and then it will not be so damaging, and then of course the panorama will also change.
Let's see, but one more back to Marleen with this measuring of this environmental impact. So what measured environmental influence did the car-free avenue have? Besides, we heard that it was good for tourism, for economy, but environmentally?
Yes, well, it definitely lowered the noise on Autovabaduse puiestee. It's also a living environment, and it's also an environment for the local businesses and shops and cafeterias, so it definitely made the environment quieter and enjoyable for everyone. We used many plants, edible plants. We had tomatoes, flowers, all sorts of different plants at Car-Free Avenue. They were all reused and in different areas in the city. So we really tried to make sure that everything we do, we have thought through. We had flower pots on the Car-Free Avenue. They ended up as a city decoration on Ülikooli Street later. So whatever we did, we tried to think how we can use it later and how it will benefit our city space later.
That's great, and we can just draw a line over here, and we can, of course, discuss this topic later on, just bear in mind. But next, a big question we really can't avoid, forgive me that, but let's talk about the resources needed for major change. This means, of course, nice and energetic people, but we can't avoid finances. So how does the EU support achieving Green Deal aims that have been set for the culture sphere? And how does this support move on and reach the culture makers? So maybe you can fill us in with that.
Yeah, I have to underline that I'm not an EU employee.
Yeah. But you know more than me.
Just set that straight. So I'm not talking on behalf of the EU. That's very important for me to say. There are millions that have been budgeted for in the new financial framework, EU financial framework for the next 7 years. I don't know the figures off by heart, but we are talking about very, very big numbers, billions of euros that have been set aside overall. For greening, going into many different projects. And I was just listing some of the projects to do with culture in my presentation. But each and every project, if you want to get your hands on any EU money, you have to follow the strategies. Mm-hmm. You have to follow the carrot, and the carrot goes where it's green. Mm-hmm. I can assure you. And if you don't live up to that, you will not get the money.
So, Mihkel, what will you do with the carrot then when it ends up in Estonia? And there are culture makers who are waiting also for that carrot. Mm-hmm.
Right now, the very honest answer is that this is not being systematically taken in count. What do we want to change is by measuring, find ways to reduce impact. This means that, for example, I already brought out your events management, sustainable event organization like manual, but there will be also other like this kind of nudges. And one of the nudges is what we are working out is like anybody who gets money from the state for whatever, because it's true. Also, quite big investments are needed, but don't forget that quite big investments are being made all the time. It's only a question how you make them and for what you make them. So you have to kind of redirect them. Anyway, anybody, any organization that gets money from the state should, in time, be more and more fit in the topic of sustainability. So we'll work out like a framework where, in this kind of application, what are requests, like your requirements, you have to for example take out your recycle your trash, and then you'd have to give up well, plastic is already there, so step by step go stricter. And while this might sound like the same story as let's ban stuff, it's not. It's about how do we use our money. I don't think that the state has any right to say preach or moral on anybody if it doesn't take in count in its own purchases. Mm-hmm. and it's money, it's publicly, it's our money, it's citizens' money, or German and Danish citizens' money that we are also investing. Every euro has to be invested in this sense, in this way, that we don't make it worse. And I guess there is in this topic there are two things to see. That I think the sustainable the activities that are labeled as sustainable, they are, I think, getting better and better by the day. Everybody knows how to do something more sustainably, but there are still a lot of this kind of everyday real life questions that we actually don't argue or manage in this sustainability framework, that are kind of out of it. And this is how we build highways into the city centers and such, because we don't describe it as a sustainability manner, but some kind of everyday communal manner. Everything has to adapt to this sustainability framework. That's how it is. That's how we survive this thing. It's serious.
And Marleen, we come back to you, Ilse. And Marleen, from your point of view, from city level, from local level, do you see that these funds reach or find the culture makers out here in Tartu, for example?
Well, I can't see that we have any funds available on government level for sustainability by itself. But I think Mihkel is right that we have to nudge people to the right direction. We all have tools, so we can encourage, inspire people and make them want to go greener. So if we don't have very big resources, we can start with the small steps and we can still get to the right way. But I do hope that there will be some resources available, because since I was the head of the green plan of the car-free avenue, I know it is costly to have waste sorted by type. You have to have different contractors to have your waste sorted by type. It is more expensive than have one there.
Sure.
So there are actually extra costs, and it is a challenge for us also at the city level. So if we tell to the organizations and partners that you have to go sustainable, they'll tell us, yes, but it's more expensive.
Yeah.
But at the moment, we don't have more money. So we just have to find a way, make smaller steps and find a way.
I remember in Tallinn city there was like a tender, a huge tender for 10 years for all the bus stops. And along with the bus stops, the present like paradigm, like it's also like outdoor media. And we in the Green Transition Unit, we pushed for PVC to be banned completely, and only like this naturally biodegradable materials be used. And no, it's impossible. It's gonna make it so expensive. But what happened? We adapted it. Of course, everybody like accepted the terms. They presented their bids. And what was expensive yesterday is cheap and every day today, because we ordered it. We didn't order for the next 10 years like PVC, which is like maybe good for sledging, but it's horrible for the nature.
It's true. With our expectations, also what the market offers will change. So we have to nudge them too. So yeah, I do agree with that.
I see, and Elsa, you had a comment also.
Yeah.
Sorry for that.
Yeah, because in the end of the day, there is knowledge missing. So there are many local initiatives, people going out doing things and keep doing that. But there's also knowledge missing. And this is why I call upon local governments and national governments, also organizations, to put aside money to build a framework for your cultural organizations to be able to join up to European projects where you can get co-funding, where you can match your ideas with the brains of other people from other countries, but also match your budget, maybe your smaller budget, with budgets from other partners, topped up with European co-funding.
That's a lot of money.
Sorry?
That's a lot of money.
That is a lot of money, and it's not just because of the money, and it shouldn't just be because of the money, but it is know-how. It is acquiring new skills. Now we are in this forum, which is about capacity building, and 1 + 1 is not 2, it's more. And if you put different minds together, people with different cultural backgrounds, it really boosts the innovative thinking. And it's getting out of your comfort zone, getting out of where you normally work, and venturing out into Europe and the world, and co-create with other people. This is what I really would encourage you to do.
Yeah, let's multiply in this way. Thank you for that. And just before we come to our ending and closing sentences, one more question, a new one for Marleen. How to be a trailblazer with your municipality in the cultural management field? What are your takeaways? Do cultural managers, citizens come with you?
It seems at the moment that they are coming with us, but they are only coming because we are not forcing them, but we are trying to inspire them. Because we think we can only do it together if we inspire them, work together, get through it step by step together. Then we actually make it with them. We don't tell them that you can't get money if you don't do that. We'll do it together. We'll help you. So I think that's the only way to do it. So if we can do that, I think the organizations will stand behind us, if we stand behind them. And that will be a success story we can share everywhere later.
Lovely. I just give you a hint to maybe help you with your closing words. Then now when we know what needs to be done, let's call it this way, how to push the system to move in the right direction so that culture makers know what European and their states' goals are, and which solutions culture makers offer, and finally, how to make sure that we are successful in this whole process, from top to down and down back to top?
Are you asking me?
I'm asking everyone. As soon as you're ready and your mind is set, just be my guest. Yeah.
Well, I would like to, where I'm positioned, to also be self-critical in, for instance, this platform, Voices of Culture, that sounds so wonderful. Putting together policymakers with the cultural sector, we have this wonderful conversation, we get these wonderful ideas, but what can I do to make sure that what's been found out, what has been achieved at these meetings actually go to you, to your organization where you are at work, that will add value to what you do. Also for the EU responsible to make sure that when they discuss with the member states, that they also go one step further in making sure that it doesn't stay with the person who actually took part in those meetings in Brussels, but that person actually takes the responsibility and makes sure that something happens back home in the member state, and that information gets trickled down to the municipal level. And also encourage all of you to really put your words out there, voice your opinions, and get together in clusters, in organizations, in networks, and push, because your voice will be heard if you join them up.
Great, thank you for that. And
I can carry on. I think one of the first things we can do is to measure our impact at the moment. So then we can take steps further. Yes. So measuring the influence we have at the moment isn't so difficult. So that will give us very simple and measurable tools to see whether we are successful or not. So this is something we can do on city level, on government level, on organization level. It will help us all. And if we use the same tools and measuring tools, then we can add those information up, and it gives us data where we are. Where we started, where we are in 5 years, and where we are in 10 years.
Very well. And Mihkel?
I completely agree with that. It has to be like comparable and make, let's say, from small pieces draw out the big picture. There's a word I really like. It's called serendipity. So I think now the next few years will be maybe quite hard in some aspects, because it's learning new tricks, then it's getting out of your comfort zone, lot of opinions you have to take in count, and all of that creates a situation of somewhat complexity. It's also fun, of course, like your very good event and many others have shown, but it's as a job, it's not like a simple task. It's difficult. But if we'll look at it from let's say 2030, when Tartu is already carbon neutral, along with other 100 better cities in Europe, then we will look at this and we'll say it was not so hard, it was doable, and we are so much better off now. It's just a better life also.
It's about enjoying the process too, I think.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so we shouldn't forget to enjoy the process, because every step is important.
Well, European Capital of Culture gives you every opportunity to do that.
Yeah, to have fun.
Thank you. Thank you, Else. Thank you, Marleen and Mihkel. Give them a nice round of applause. I see that many of you are getting already itchy and scratchy, and probably those who are watching us online as well. So it's time to take a break, and we'll be back here at 3:20. It's 15:20. And meanwhile, people who are here, I have a little mission for you during the break. You all should have name tags. And if you look on the other side of the card, you'll see a question. Find at least one person, ideally whom you don't know yet, while waiting for your coffee. Then go ahead, ask that question to people and answer also yourself. And reflect your thoughts and questions. And we welcome you all back online and as well here in the venue at 3:20. Have a nice, let's say, break.
Saage tuttavaks. See on Helgur, tunnustatud näitleja. Kuid Helgur vaatab ka tulevikku. Ta on otsustanud korraldada teatrifestivali. Ta tahab festivali organiseerida täpselt nii, nagu kaasajal peaks seda tegema. Aga kuna Helgur teeb seda esimest korda, siis ta alles otsib juhiseid, kuidas teha oma ettevõtmisest keskkonnasõbralik sündmus. Näpunäide number 1. Kõik sündmuse juures vajaminevad materjalid võiksid olla korduvalt kasutatavad. Alates kaelapaeltest ja toidunõudest lõpetades meenete ja dekoratsioonidega. Trükised, kutsed ja muud paberist materjalid on hea asendada elektroonilistega. Tee kaelapaelte, koolitusmaterjalide, siltide ja muu sellise tagastamine osalejatele lihtsaks. Ühekordsete joogikõrte, segamispulkade ja kokteilikaunistuste kasutamine ei ole keskkonnasõbralik. Toitu ja jooki saab serveerida korduvkasutatavatest nõudest. Aga muidugi võivad osalejad võtta kaasa hoopis oma toidunõud ja joogipudelid. Söödavat toitu ei ole hea mõte ära visata. Parem anneta see ära või luba külalistel ja korraldajatel see kaasa pakkida. Pudeli vee asemel tee kättesaadavaks tasuta puhas kraanivesi. On oluline, et sündmuse külastajad teaksid, kuidas kohale tulla muul viisil kui autoga ja üksi. Seda võiks neile lausa soovitada. Üritusele saab müüa ka autopõhiseid pileteid sõltumata reisijate arvust. Väga hea oleks juba ürituse toimumiskoha valikul arvestada, kas kohale saab tulla ka ühistranspordi või jalgrattaga. Kui võimalik, tuleks käima panna eribussid või rongid. Kui korraldad mitmepäevase ürituse, siis külastajate välisel ajal tuleks kasutada võimalikult vähe elektrit. Eelista elektrienergiat, mis toodetakse taastuvatest allikatest. Generaatorite asemel eelista püsivat elektriühendust. Kui tellid eritranspordi, eelista väikese CO2 heitmega sõidukeid. Valgustus võiks töötada liikumisanduriga. Sündmuse territoorium peaks jääma täpselt sama heasse seisukorda, nagu see oli enne üritust. Kui maastikule on tekkinud kahjusid, tuleb see heastada. Planeeri alati parkimine, sõidukite ja inimeste liikumisteed nii, et need ei rikuks haljasalasid ega tundlikke looduslikke alasid. Oluline on mõelda naabruskonna elanikele. Neid tuleks sündmuste toimumisest ja ümberkorraldustest varakult ette teavitada. Aga miks mitte kaasata ka korraldajate või vabatahtlikena? Ilutulestik võib naabreid ja koduloomi häirida. Parem oleks kasutada valgusinstallatsioone. Jäätmeid peaksid liigiti koguma nii korraldajad kui osalejad. Minimaalselt tuleb eraldi koguda segaolmejäätmed, biojäätmed, panditaara ja pakendid. Prügikonteinerid tuleb tähistada arusaadavalt. Erista need värvide, tekstide ning ikonograafiaga. Et liigiti kogumine oleks kvaliteetsem, saab kasutada rohesaadikuid, kes aitavad külastajaid jäätmekogumispunktide juures. Keskkonnahoiuga seotud reeglid peavad külastajatele olema kommunikeeritud ja avalikult kättesaadavad vähemalt nädal enne üritust. Ka partnerid peavad olema reeglitest teadlikud enne kirjalike kokkulepete sõlmimist. Juhenda partnereid ja osalejaid silmast silma, kasuta selgeid viitasid silte. Juhised peavad olema koostatud lihtsas keeles. Väldi keerukaid lauseid ja mitmetähenduslikkust. Põhimõtteid tasub kommunikeerida järjepidevalt ja korduvalt. Mõtle läbi keskkonnaalane kommunikatsioon kohapeal. Ja nii ongi Helguri teatrifestival kaasaegseks ja keskkonnateadlikuks läbiviimiseks valmis. Soovime talle edu ja soovime sullegi, hea vaataja.
Welcome back. I hope you had a nice time looking at the video and you got already some tips and tricks what put in use while organizing your next event. As we heard last panel when Elsa talked about networks and how networks can give you some knowledge, then we will continue with the same topic. Promoting green culture governance and achieving the European Green Deal and United Nations Sustainable Development Goals can be new focus for culture networks and organizations. How networks can support culture sector in implementing those green initiatives and environmentally friendly culture. Feimatta Conteh has worked with sustainability, technology, digital culture and arts for 15 years. She is on the advisory committee of the Green Book, of the Theatre Green Book. The Theatre Green Book is an initiative by theatres to work more sustainably. It sets standards for making production and buildings more sustainable and for improving operations like catering and front of the house. Today, she will share her experience on the Theatre Green Book and Manchester International Festival. Let's see what the Manchester International Theatre Festival looks like.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. Before I even start the presentation, I just wanted to say how in awe I am and how much I acknowledge everyone who's a non-native speaker of English today giving their presentations and talks in English. If I had to do something in another language, I have no idea how I'd do it. So I'm in awe. Thank you. So I've called this talk Stronger Together, the power of networks for positive environmental action. And I'm going to talk a little bit about the organisation that I work in, the Manchester International Festival. You just saw a video there of our last festival last year. Talk about the networks that we're members of, the benefits that brings for us and why I think they're a positive thing. Because I'm a really strong believer in collective action and working together to make changes. And I think that by coming together and sharing our stories and experience, we can inspire each other to make changes. And that's what I'd really like to convey to you, like what your power is as part of a network and how we can do that. And before I get into the slides, I also want to really make the point that it's so important that environmental sustainability is linked with the other elements of sustainable development, economic sustainability and social equity and fairness. And by linking all three of them together, that's when we make really positive, impactful changes in the world. So I'll just get into my slides now. So here, we just had a small video of Manchester International Festival, which took place in 2021. The festival's been happening every 2 years since 2007 in Manchester in the north of England across 18 days. And the festival is only ever of newly commissioned work, so work that's never been seen anywhere else, and sometimes is only ever happening in that festival. And that can create sometimes some challenges for environmental sustainability. So if something is completely new, how do you know what the impact of it's going to be? How would you measure the impact of it? But that doesn't mean you shouldn't be putting them across. And actually what I've put on here are some of the things we managed to achieve in terms of environmental sustainability in the festival last year. So you can see there, some of the things that we did. Big Ben lying down with political books was a big sculpture that was in the middle of the city, a sort of half-size replica of Big Ben, which you probably know from London, covered in political books, which were then donated to people at the end of the festival. And I did quite a lot of research with the producer for that, and we made a connection with a plastics manufacturer who donated all the material for it, so 30% recycled plastics, and then they collected that for recycling afterwards. And we had a sign next to the sculpture explaining to the audience that this is where the plastic had come from and this is where it was going to. So we used this sculpture as a way of educating people around sustainability. But a lot of the things that we managed to achieve in the festival last year were around materials consumption and waste. And I started at the festival with the organisation probably about 6 months or so before the festival started. So that's where I put our energy and what we focused on. But actually another thing I want to get across, as well as the power of networks, is that for an artistic thing to be truly sustainable, you have to be thinking about these things from the beginning of the process. Unless you're thinking about sustainability from when you're starting out with your concepts and ideas, it will always be an afterthought. It will always be something you're trying to catch up with yourself and deal with things at the end rather than building it in from the start. And this is an image of where MIF is moving to. We're moving into a new permanent home next year. It's called The Factory, and it's in the city centre in Manchester, and we'll have 3 performance spaces. But actually what I really want to focus on for this slide is the vision statement that we have for the factory. It's the place where we invent tomorrow together. And for me, that really speaks to ideas around climate justice and how we will work together. Because actually, if we want to create a world built on climate justice, we need our invention. We need to find new ways of putting things together. And we also have to rediscover some of the old ways of doing things. We were talking last night about how people are excited in the UK about having their milk delivered in glass bottles, which are then reusable. And it's like, that's how our grandparents did it. So, what can we bring from the past and bring into the future? The idea of tomorrow, obviously, that's looking towards a future of based on climate justice for me. Like, what does the world look like when we're making it suitable for everyone, when we're making sure that everyone has a voice in it? And then that idea of together. Somebody once said to me that this is a vision statement, has an implicit invitation in it. It's like, we can't do this on our own. We need your contribution to make it happen. And that's, for me, that's really important in terms of environmental sustainability. Not one person, not one organisation, not one sector has all of the answers. Everybody has to contribute what they can and where their area of knowledge is, so that we can make progress together, so we can invent tomorrow together. So here's some of the networks that we're part of. The Theatre Green Book is what built the connection between myself and Tartu 24, as Angela reached out to the Green Book Network and asked if someone could come and talk about that. And it was a sort of collaborative resource that was developed over lockdown. You can see a quote there from Julie's Bicycle, obviously the sector leaders in this, from 2020, sort of taking that opportunity from the crisis of the pandemic to really sit and reflect and think about, how do we make theatre? How can we make it in a way that suits the future that we want to build? And so there's 3 volumes of the Green Book: productions, buildings and operations. And it provides a framework and standards that people can work to for any aspects of theatre making. And it's backed up by work from Bureau Happel, the international engineering consultancy. So it provides a framework, it provides standards, ways you can sort of inspire your thinking about the work that you're doing. And another thing that I really like about the Theatre Green Book is that it tells you who's responsible for which bit of sustainability in part of things. So it's not just one person's responsibility. It might sound ironic for a sustainability manager to be saying that not one person is responsible for it, but that's the case. It's like I can oversee the process, but everybody has their part to play. The technical manager, the designer, the stage technician, everybody has something to contribute. And the Green Book is a way of, demonstrating that in a very accessible way. And now here's another network that we are part of. So I'm always networked in lots of different places. And I'm interested to bring this to Tartu and to share it with you. So GMAST started as the Manchester Arts Sustainability Team about 10 years ago. People working in cultural and art organisations in the city who are interested in sustainability or had it as part of their job role, starting to come together to talk about what they could share and learn from each other, what resources they could develop and how we could all progress. And so GMAST has grown over the years, and it's now about 60 organisations across Greater Manchester, ranging in size from very small community-based organisations of maybe 1 or 2 people up to the BBC, who have a big office in there. And there's something about the diversity and the strength that comes from that we're all facing similar challenges in our organisations, and we can share our solutions in different settings and share our knowledge. And what's great about GMAST as well is that it's by being a place-based network. We're in Greater Manchester, and we have connections with the city municipalities and the regional municipalities. And we're making the case for how culture can contribute to the climate strategies and the targets. So Greater Manchester has set a target of being carbon neutral by 2038, and we're making the case for how culture will be contributing to that. And we're also exploring the intersections between different regional policies, between climate policies, health and well-being, community cohesion and culture, and looking at the role that cultural organisations can play in that and the way that we stand in our societies. And through a European-funded project, back in the days when British organisations could be part of them, GMAST did this project called Keychange, where we shared the model that had been developed in Manchester with 6 cities across Europe. And one of the tools that we developed in that was this thing, which is basically, it's a tool to help cultural organisations develop climate action plans. So the P's in the middle there are sort of areas that you might want to consider in a climate action plan. And then the I's around the outside, haven't got a better way of putting it, are kind of the exciting things that culture can bring to that. So it's not just a dry kind of policy document, but thinking about the ways that cultural organisations can really enliven things around climate planning. And GMAST has gone on to inspire other regional networks in the UK. So Shift is over in Liverpool, which is a city very close to Manchester on the coast. And then over in Leeds, on the other side of the Pennines, there's an organisation called Sail. They called it Sail because we were mast and, the boat goes long. And so Sail have developed this net zero carbon roadmap for the cultural sector of their city. So how everyone in the cultural sector can contribute towards becoming zero carbon in that time. So that's, where the power of a network comes from encouraging each other to take action, from inspiring each other, sharing resources, but also working collectively, working towards a goal that we can all see and see our role in reaching. And then the final network that I want to mention, I don't have a photo for it, but I just thought this idea of a mandala really spoke to me, because this last network that I'm part of, it's a network of organisations that are networked into different areas of the country and different art forms and things, but we're all organisations that create work in public spaces, in other people's venues and different things. In different spaces. So for me, it's about the idea of how information and knowledge can travel between networks and how things can become relevant or interesting in their different areas. And through this network, I was speaking with a colleague who is head of production in a festival that happens in Norwich, in the east of England. And they're doing a project there around installing grid power. It was mentioned in the small film that they're trying to get rid of diesel generators so that their outdoor events aren't using a non-renewable source, but they're using the grid power. And so inspired by that, we started having conversations in Manchester about why can't this happen in Manchester? And then there's people who are part of this network who are in Brighton and Cheltenham things. I can see I've run out of time, so I'm just going to click into my last image here, which is what I want to leave you with. It's an image from MIF 17. It was a show called What is the City But the People? And the catwalk was put, it's actually the same place that Big Ben was in MIF 21. And the people who walked that catwalk were people of Manchester representing themselves. And What is the City But the People is now touring internationally, but as a concept. So none of the things in the picture, none of the stage or anything like that is touring, but it's still What is the City But the People. It's been in Munich, and we're in conversations for it to happen in other places. So I really like that idea about ideas travelling to different places and opening up and connecting with networks in there. So I'll just leave you with what's my call for action, which is I'd really invite each of you to think about the networks that you're already part of, the conversations that you could be having about environmental sustainability, understanding what's in your control and how you can make the changes to make a positive change in the world, and also where you can influence, where you can have conversations and nudge. And also, you never know where a conversation's going to go, so it's always worth having a conversation. Thank you for listening.
So thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
And dear audience, also here and online, please, Feimatta and all the other guests are waiting for your questions, and you can ask those questions using sli.do website. Just enter Kultuurikompass and post your questions, and so we can ask some here. And I have a question for you as well.
Okay.
So, in your opinion, if you would like to give suggestions to our listeners and Estonian culture managers here, would it be wise to start a new network focusing on environmentally friendly culture management, or incorporate an environmentally friendly way of thinking already in existing network?
I think build from what you have. You know? Because actually the thing of, I know it's probably the same in Estonia as it is in the UK. Everybody is busy. Everybody has sort of pressures on their time. If there are networks that are already existing, that are healthy, that people are contributing to, and it's possible to add sustainability into that, I think for me, that's probably where I would start from. I think we can sometimes get sort of lost in the excitement of new, setting up something new, but is that actually the most sustainable thing to do? Not always, you know? So it's nice, like maybe in the Theatre Green Book, it talks about making sure sustainability is on the agenda at every meeting you have. So maybe that's a way of doing it, rather than say, okay, now we have to spend more time over here. So I think that would be my answer.
Thank you. I will continue with networks and your experience. We saw that you're part of many of them or have participated. So what is, I think, 3 things you have learned from your experiences with being in network?
Is that actually it's by having the conversations that you find the answers. You know, it's like it's. You could say actually there's lots of resources. Elsa was mentioning before. There's loads of things out there, but for me, it's by talking to people that you go, oh, okay, now I see how I can do that in my world, in my practice. So conversations. Anybody and almost any experience is expertise, if that makes sense. You know, that finding out that, oh, that's how you make the boiler work. Oh, because you've done it in your building. That experience is expertise, I think, is really important. And how important it is to celebrate your successes and other people's successes, because that's what encourages you to take the next step, isn't it? I think it was Marleen was talking about, you don't beat people with the regulations, you encourage them and say, we're doing this together. You know, and I think those are my main 3.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I hope you wrote those 3 great advice pieces down on your mobile phone or notebooks. Thank you, Feimatta.
Thank you.
Next up, great applause. Next one, I will welcome here Lewis Jamieson, who is a founder member of Music Declares Emergency. Music Declares Emergency is a group that joins industry-leading professionals and recording artists. Their declaration of climate and ecological emergency has gained over 6,000 signatures from music industry, organizations, large and small-scale artists, and major and independent labels. Lewis, the stage is yours.
Hi, nice to see you all. The original title of this was Can Music Save the World? But I've changed it to How Can Music Save Anything? Because it seemed a little egotistical. The subtitle is How 12 People Had an Idea. And that is how Music Declares Emergency started. Small acorns, big trees. 12 people in a room in 2019, prompted by Extinction Rebellion, putting the climate emergency on the front pages of the UK media, and collectively pondering why music, of all things, wasn't really engaged collectively with arguably the greatest challenge we faced. I mean, we have been here before. You know, we all worked in the music industry. Woody Guthrie had a machine that killed fascists. Nina Simone talked about civil rights. Public Enemy made us all fear a black palette. Rage Against the Machine raged against censorship. Live Aid, interestingly, had a mass appeal that changed people's perceptions of Africa. And yet music wasn't engaging with the climate emergency in a collective way. There were people doing it. We were all in the room because we were doing it. But there was this lack of power, this lack of consensus, this lack of ability to take all these individual brilliant things that were happening and focus them in one point to do what music does best, which was to shout very loudly to the public and get the public interested. So we thought, well, what should we do? Well, the first rule, if you're going to make a club, is to make some rules. You know, everyone has to agree to something. So we decided we would have a declaration of a climate and ecological emergency. That was kind of the thing in 2019. Everybody was doing it. Our rules were calling on governments and media institutions to tell the truth about the climate emergency. Pretty basic, really, but important because music can't save the world, but it can bring the people together to influence the people who can save the world, and that's what that covers. To act now to reduce biodiversity loss and reach net zero greenhouse gas emissions by 2030. Again, fairly self-explanatory, but in the field we were working, in the time we were working, there wasn't really an understanding. The public were concerned, but they didn't know what to do. We wanted to give them something to focus on. To also talk about global injustice. Music is global. The climate emergency is global. We wanted global music collaboration. We had to recognise that different places had different challenges. And also to acknowledge that we were kind of guilty too. We liked flying, we liked burning diesel, we liked making things out of oil. That's what we did. We had to change ourselves. We couldn't be open to the charge of hypocrisy. So that's what we did. And we ended up getting quite a lot of support. Our first message, 1,600 people, well, 1,600 organisations signed the declaration. So we talked about the artists. We talked about the industry. And this was an added bonus, other countries noticed us. That's from Billboard in America, as I recall. So we had this burgeoning movement. And we knew that we had power. We knew that music could do something really positive in terms of helping understand the climate emergency, helping bring the public on board. What we felt we were missing, though, if we look at it in band terms, was our album title. So we did what music does best. We nicked it. The Stones borrowed from the Blues. We borrowed from the Sierra Club. We turned their No Business on a Dead Planet into No Music on a Dead Planet. There's a serious point here. The climate emergency is an incredibly complex thing, as we all know. Culture is very good at taking very complex problems and reducing them to very simple ideas. No Music on a Dead Planet connected because it said to music fans, if we don't solve it, this is the end result. No records, no gigs. The thing you love will disappear. And it resonated. It resonated as a slogan. But then the real power of the creative and cultural force came to bear. We got lucky. We got Billie Eilish, one big star. She wore our slogan at the American Music Awards, and that hashtag, No Music on a Dead Planet, flew around the world. Suddenly, we were getting emails from all over the world. Who are you? What are you doing? Can we set one up? Can we do this? Can we sign your declaration? This declaration that was a UK thing became a global thing, hence 6,000. It was a demonstration of the power of one artist, one creative person, one celebrity to put a message out there that resonated across the board, cut through all the arguments and said to people, you need to care about this. It worked. But so we took it further. We got everybody in. We found all our friends, all our bands. We got them to wear the T-shirt. We got them to hold the banner. We went to the awards ceremonies. We kept pushing the message. We kept generating interest in this. And what we did with the slogan was we built underneath it. We invited people to talk about what they were doing. All that great work that had been going on in 2019 was now finding a proper collective voice, an umbrella in order to sit underneath and to explain to people what the music industry was doing, but also what the climate emergency was and how people could get involved. Importantly, though, we did another thing. We made sure that the industry was still on board. We had to be aware of the hypocrisy charge. For anyone here who's working with culture and who's working with creative people, you can't just rely on your celebrities. You have to do the work yourselves, because when the celebrities are challenged, they can point at their industry and go, but they're doing the work too. It's really, really important. So then we took it global. We started to build a global movement. We looked to political organisations, the European Climate Pact. We looked to other countries. That's the Chilean Music Declares Emergency logo. We looked to the European Climate Foundation. We started to find ways to work with people. We set up a German group, or the Germans set up a German group. We were involved with the European Green Deal. And we kept pushing the slogan. And the point of this is that music what we proved was that music could generate genuine interest from a public level. We'd started in 2019 with a situation where the climate emergency was something everybody talked about, but nobody really understood. And over the 3 years of transition, we got to a point where we'd reached out beyond the bubble of people that cared. We'd used culture to push the agenda into new places, into new debates, into new contexts, which is what culture does really well. We'd taken that complex problem and we'd solved it. And what we're doing next is that we are building that global movement further out across the world. And we have given the slogan to everyone. If there's anybody in here that works in musical culture, use the slogan, adjust the slogan. The slogan works. Work with us to do that. What we have on our website are a set of tools that are available to absolutely everybody. If you work in music and you want to know what you can do, if you're an artist, if you're a record label, if you're a promoter, manager, go to our website. There is a Music Climate Pact there that has been built with the organisations and the networks that we have developed that will give you simple instructions on to how to start. The point I want to make to everyone in this room today is that we started with 12 people. 12 people in a room. And we are now an organisation whose slogan is seen across the world, and we are an organisation who is recognised as being an important part of the conversation in the music industry. We have respect from the industry, and we have understanding, and we have the power to encourage the industry to work. 12 people can do that. That's what I want to leave you with. And I also want to leave you with one more thought, and that is that music can seem a very ephemeral thing. Culture can seem a very ephemeral thing. We digest it, we consume it, we don't really think about its innate power. But it does have an innate power. In a world in which a lot of important events and a lot of important things we think about are contentious, in which there is no truth, music can cut through that, culture can cut through that. It can unite people across divides, it can unite people across politics. It can bring together communities, and ultimately, to solve the climate emergency, however much great work we do, what we will eventually need is communities, public support, majorities that can fire back at the systems that control the levers of power to change what we need to change to make the world a safer, greener, fairer place for everyone. So don't be daunted, don't assume you're the only one, find other people, join together, join with us, join our networks, join with everybody, and help us save the planet. Thank you.
Just, we have some questions for you.
Sure.
And I hope that people who have some thoughts in their head still have the chance. Just write down and push button and we'll see what you are asking for. There's one, let me start. Can I start using no theatre on a dead planet?
Yes. It's not ours, we nicked it. Use it.
Okay.
The Sierra Club, to their credit, actually sent us an email saying, nice work. You know, that's what culture does, isn't it? It borrows and it steals and it reappropriates and it churns it back out. Yes, use it, absolutely.
All right. Yes is the word. Green light. Please do. What should Estonian musicians do tonight to start saving the planet?
Right, okay, well, that's a bit grandiose, isn't it?
Yeah.
But the first thing I'd say to any musician or artist is the most powerful thing you have is your voice. You know, I've been in the industry 30 years and I've worked with artists over those 30 years. Artists have this incredible ability to take ideas and produce them in a way that the people engage with. So use your voice, that's the first thing, you know. You don't necessarily have to write a song about climate. In fact, I'd almost say don't, because most of them just don't work. Certainly direct songs anyway. But talk to your fan base. Talk to them about why you care about this. Talk to them about why it's important, how it drives your art, your thinking, your creative process. And then beyond that, it depends what level you're at. There's 100 million things you can do, from simple things like saying, I don't want bottled water when I play a venue, to really, really complex things like touring logistics and so forth. But as I say, if you go to our website, there's a Music Climate Pact, look at the artist stuff, it will tell you the things you can do.
That's great. And we have another one coming up. What do you think about the band or festival merch, T-shirts, bags, beanies, whatever? Shall we get rid of those?
No, we shouldn't get rid of those. We should make them better. As in, we should produce them in a better way. We make T-shirts. You know, I'm not going to make an apology for that. People wear T-shirts. You know, again, we work in an industry. An industry needs to make a profit. You know, you want a festival, it's got to make a profit. You want bands, they've got to make money. They have to live. But there are ways of producing merchandise that are less impactful, circular, sustainable. We just need to change the industry standard. It's as simple as that. All our T-shirts, all our merchandise, it's just T-shirts, are made in a factory that's renewably powered with certified cotton that's grown with rainwater. You send them back when they're knackered, when you're finished with them, and they shred them and they put them back in and they make a new T-shirt out of them. So we can't stop making things, we just have to make them better, and that applies to all industry, really, I think.
Yes, I think so too. And for example, now we know that there are bands all around the world. I guess right now, biggest of all, maybe right now touring is Coldplay, for example, and they are measuring their footprint with Imperial College, for example.
That's right. Yeah.
Do you know what will be the outcome? What they want to get out of it?
I mean, I think Coldplay are a great target for haters just because they're Coldplay.
Yeah, they're too.
But that's not fair. And Coldplay have been very honest. They said, we want to make this as sustainable as possible, but frankly, we're not going to be able to just overnight and make it perfect. In a sense, what Coldplay are doing is important because it's a roadmap for everybody else. It's also important because they're investing a lot of money into systems that will scale up and then trickle down. You know, like low impact lighting, 10 years ago it was like super expensive, and now everybody can afford it. So you need the people with the capital and the power and the organizations to commit to this stuff, because it improves the whole industry. So well done, Chris Martin and Coldplay, brilliant work.
Probably we're going to get some ideas how to be big and still tour big and to do it environmentally friendly.
The truth of the matter is, you know, unless you're going to say, well, nobody's allowed to tour anymore, you have to solve this problem. And I don't think anybody wants a world in which we don't have touring bands anymore. Does anybody want a world in which the only gigs you can see are the local band that live 10 miles down the road?
Not really.
I don't think so. No, absolutely not. People are like, no, God, no, they're awful. We have to find a way to make this work, and there are ways to make it work. Of course there are ways to make it work. And as we get better at it, they will get better. And you know, since we formed, the 3 years since we formed the music industry in the UK, but globally, you know, it's particularly in Europe, but now in America and Australia, there are so many innovations. The music industry is great for people with crazy ideas that sometimes work. So it's the ideal space to hothouse all this stuff. because there are really creative, inventive people who like kind of going outside the norm and going, well, we'll try that and see what happens.
I have a quick one for the last question. What would be, or have you set yourself the final goal for music declared?
The final goal?
Yes.
No climate emergency. I mean, that's
that.
it. You know, the day the scientists go, it's okay, we're all good, we'll go do something else. Actually, we'll probably just translate. There's so many elements to it. Climate justice is a massive part of it. And the more we engage globally, the more we become aware of musicians who can speak to that. And that's really, really important. So that I don't want to put myself out of a job. I kind of get the feeling that even if we solve the immediate problem, there will be other things that come out of it that we will continue to work on.
Thank you very much once again, Luis.
Thanks very much.
Nice round of applause. Thank you. And for our next presentation, I would like to welcome on stage Kristiina Kerge. For past 11 years, she has contributed to several environmental initiatives, such as kuhuvia.ee service, the Let's Do It Foundation's World Cleanup Days, and the concept of environmental impact metrics in cooperation with the Green Tiger Foundation, also from Estonia. And in 2020, she founded the company Acento together with 3 active people, which has helped both large and small scale festivals and conferences to be more sustainable. So please welcome once again, Kristiina.
Hello. I just wanted to that you notice this amazing decorations here. They are very smart. You can put your glass here, for example. I discovered this yesterday. So life is full of miracles. And art is a very perfect way to make these miracles visible and accessible to all the people. And also, if different disciplines come together and join the forces, like even the hidden miracles can make be visible and accessible. And the environmental sustainable event, it's something like a bit hidden right now, and not all the potential and treasures are visible. But I think that these kind of events and gatherings and networks can help it to grow the idea, the concept, and also the knowledge. So I'm very thankful that we having this opportunity today to gather here, to participate also online. You can use sli.do to ask questions, give feedback. So thank you for that. And today we have heard examples, concepts, challenges, and I'm pretty sure that we all understand that we have to act environmentally sustainable in every area of life. And that's why we actually can focus today how to do that. And I'm here today because we have established a company called Acento in February 2020. And we have thought about these steps. So what are the 3 steps then? And now I have to drink water, sorry. So we have acknowledged that the first is to vision the future and set goals with your stakeholders. And giving example is that the art of survival, or ellujäämise kunstid in Estonian, is the artistic concept of the European Capital of Culture Tartu 2024, and one of the 4 most important arts of survival is sustainability. And they have visioned that the sustainable culture is socially and environmentally responsible. So they have described this vision. And to make this vision happen, different sectors and organizations have to agree also the goals and start to work together. And working together, cooperation with different existing networks and umbrella organizations would be useful. For example, another example is the Green Tiger Foundation that has put together 38 recommendations with environmental organizations in Estonia, and they aiming to nudge the local municipalities to to guide them through this environmentally and socially responsible, like how they can do their work more socially and environmentally responsible. And there is also recommendations that helps event organizers. So how municipality can empower the environmentally sustainable event management in their area. And the Tartu 2024 Foundation also have set goals. For example, by 2025, they aiming that all the leftover food will be donated, and the separate waste collection is a norm. And they are working towards that by providing toolkits, doing trainings, and organizing these kind of events. And the second step is that everyone's contribution must be proportional to their impact. So we have to be able to measure the impact, and then we can start to improve it. And here is most important to be aware what's your current impact, start to measure it, and also assess your ability to make a change. And for that, we have defined in Acento a simple tool that helps cultural managers to assess their potential impact and also options to make the change. And the first actions towards this environmentally sustainable events must be chosen based on the assessment, and they have to be accordance with the vision. That was the first step. Then it makes sense. Now we have the third one. You have to take the responsibility, act, and stay on track. And by working together, the companies, municipalities, organizations, event managers, individuals can take the responsibility according to their extent of their impact. And the leadership position can be held by any of them, as long as the vision future and the goals are set together. And taking the responsibility in that sense means that, for example, the event organizer knows that in this certain chosen place, currently, there are no option to use renewable energy. But by knowing that, they will take this topic to the municipality, bring together the energy provider, the local companies, and they can start working together to find the solution. So this is important to know what you can change by yourself and what you can't, and share these challenges. And over the 11 years, I have worked with different environmental initiatives, solution discoveries, doing some policy recommendation work. I have noticed that the challenges aren't so unique as we like to think. They are quite universal. So ask, share, and you will find that someone else already have had this kind of problem. And sharing your ideas and fuck-ups and successes will help you, and also it will help others. So to wrap it up, these 3 steps were then make a vision, try to understand your impact, and stay on track. And now let's take a 10-second to visualize what will be your next steps to make your event or to help your partners event, your organization, to your next event more environmentally sustainable. So how was it? You can share it in sli.do also, in any language that you feel comfortable, because it would be nice to see how people describe this feeling, because it's totally normal if you felt like weird, anxious, what a beep this was, because it's totally normal. If you start to plan your journey towards environmentally sustainable event management, then you will feel all of these weird feelings, and you need that courage. So enjoy the wonderful event, share, talk, write, and learn. Thank you.
Thank you, Kristiina. Please don't go anywhere yet. And we have some questions, I guess. First of all, maybe a slightly weird question, because you just inspired us right now with any festival or any event that we want to create. Then just popped my mind that it used to be days just behind this big building where we are right now. There used to be a military airbase. So, and later on in 90s, I guess in the beginning of 2000, there were like drag racing events, like big cars with V8 motors and stuff. And yeah, drag racing, how fast can you go? And it would, let's imagine, I want to do that. And then besides that, like a huge EDM music festival and drag racing. Is it out of question when we try to think of a sustainable way, in environmental friendly way?
Oh, damn. I should ask the questions before that you're going to ask.
But I mean, like, I was imagining, so this is out of question, I guess, because I was just provoking. Sorry for that. But yeah, something like that would be not normal anymore. In
so
the
we have rallies, we have
yeah, we still do.
Formula 1, yeah.
They go on these hybrid motors and stuff, yeah.
Yes.
They get better.
So I wouldn't see the option that we cut off all the motorsport.
Yeah, that kind of stuff.
Yeah, because it can give the message by showing what their impact is. So what we can do is to guide them that they will start to measure the impact. Like the last example was that they are measuring their touring impact.
Yeah, yeah.
So I would start from that.
Yeah, good idea. Not to ban, but still to bring people together, do some measuring, and then spread the information, right? Because in that case, it probably starts from our heads. Should we change, right? Okay, next question is how to understand how far the impact of my action goes. And maybe one point is mind-blowing and too far, or yeah, how to understand how far the impact of my actions goes.
In the event context, we can start mapping, writing down what we do in the event, how the people come there, what products we use, where these products are produced, and so on. Then it opens new boxes for us. So there are like frameworks, protocols, how to calculate the CO2 emissions, like the scope 1, 2, 3, but I think I won't go there right now. But you can write to me and I can maybe help you.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you once again. Let's give her a nice round of applause.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kristiina. And our next lovely speaker is Gwendolenn Sharp. She has broad international working experience. She has worked in concert production, tour management, and project design. She is the founder of the Green Room and an organization that works on environmental and public issues in the music industry. So we can go on from here where we are coming from. She and her organization are part of the Festival Academy Network, which is a global community of over 1,000 festival managers from all around the world. Please welcome Gwendolenn Sharp.
Actually going to stand here. I've always wanted to know what it feels to be a politician, so that's my try to. Hi, everyone. I just want you to be ready because I'm going to ask you a question on Slido in just a little bit. So thank you so much for the introduction and thank you for the invitation. Time for action is now. That was the COP25 slogan, which clearly reflects the sense of urgency which is now widely shared. We know global warming will have significant economic and social consequences. There is no time for procrastination. We need to accelerate change, we need systemic change, and we need to begin now. And to get inspired, we need the arts and culture. We need stories to help us imagine what the future would look like. We need stories of change. Stories of Change, this is an international cooperation project that we are co-developing with the Festival Academy. While the question of the environmental impact of cultural events and the role culture must embrace is now being raised by a growing number of cultural organizations, a systemic approach still seems out of reach. The complexity of certain fields, the lack of research and data available, and even the misconceptions to which they are subject represent an even greater delay to them being taken into consideration. Like, for instance, if you go on Slido, I would like to ask you a question. When we talk about festivals and events, do you actually know what represents the biggest impact in terms of carbon emissions? So we see travel comes along quite a lot, food, energy, merch. Yeah, we've talked about quite a lot of those impacts. Audience travel, well, some people know in the room. This is exactly it, actually. Because while we tend to put a big focus on artist mobility, and especially in the media coverage, we actually know now that audience travel often represents, on average, more than 80% of the total carbon emissions of an event. And this is where we have to work together, to have artists come closer to their audiences and not the other way around. For the cultural sector, this change of paradigm implies giving up numerous competitive practices that are commonplace today, like exclusivity clauses or concentration logics in favor of an independent network operation. And this is where I believe European networks have such an essential role to play, allowing cultural actors to exchange and to share practices, and sometimes also with professionals from other sectors, sports were mentioned, education was mentioned as well. On a European and international level, we need to work collectively to ensure that we take into account all regional contexts and requirements, and make sure decisions that are being made on greening the mobility of artists and cultural professionals do respect those different contexts. I would like to mention here the work of On the Move network, that probably most of you know, which supports artists and professionals to operate internationally while working to reimagine mobility as fairer, greener, and more inclusive. And keeping the heart of international artistic and cultural mobility and doing it in a sustainable and fair way is definitely a challenge. It is also true that there are many things that are beyond our control as cultural actors, so this can often feel quite overwhelming. The cultural sector is also facing many risks connected to climate change, such as increase in transport costs, exposure to criticism, for example, for venues working mostly with international artists, or even eco-conditionality of culture funding. In terms of rethinking mobility, two systemic approaches are more and more being explored. One is what we call slow travel, and the other one is deep mobility. Slowing down. This doesn't necessarily mean touring by bike, even if it, of course, exists, and I think you will hear quite a lot about that later on. But it implies traveling in a slower way. Less kilometers, less jumping from one place to another, avoiding one shot. And deep mobility, this means spending more time on a territory through residencies, promotion, meeting other artists, masterclass, workshops, and getting to meet the local community. This also allows to develop some solidarity schemes. For example, when you invite artists that have no other choices than to fly, you can have them stay longer and meet your community. For change to happen, education is crucial. We need access to resources, but we also need to be supported in how to implement them. And when we think about all the things it's going to take to address the climate crisis in the cultural sector and beyond, it's going to take a fundamental reorientation to care. We will need collaboration, creativity, connections, and this is the work that the Festival Academy is conducting, for example, when they offer capacity and skill building around the topic and bring festivals globally together to advocate for climate change through the International Festivals Declare Emergency Pledge, which is one of the babies also of Culture Declare Emergency and Music Declares Emergency. Each festival, through its form, its programming, its environment, and its audiences, gives us a vision of the world, not as it is, but as its actors would like it to be. It offers an ecosystem within which everyone can experiment things, like eating vegan for the first time, coming by carpooling, learning to sort waste. But the pandemic has shown us how fragile our model was. It has been a brutal stop that revealed the dysfunctions of our system. But even before COVID, more and more constellations of festivals, such as Lost Paradise or A Day on the Green in Australia, had raised the questions about the future of summer festivals in the face of the threat of increasingly extreme weather. So it's not longer only a question of reducing emissions, but really adapting to a new situation, a new reality. Festivals and events are laboratories for experimentation and risk-taking. They offer us the vision of a more sustainable world and suggest solutions that can be taken up in our daily lives. Just a couple of examples, and you will hear more later on also, but Wonderfield Festival in the Netherlands have a great waste management system. Hay Festival in the UK and Latin America has also developed a toolkit on how they work around environmental sustainability. Welcome to the Village, also in the Netherlands, is doing a great work around climate. And with EcoFest label, festivals on the African continent have set up an environmental label for their activities. So I could go on and on, actually. As we said, there are numerous examples and inspiration. At the Green Room, we emphasize on the fact that music has the power to cross borders and bring people together. It embodies the notion that we are all in the same boat and that this is a multifaceted global problem. Beyond a need for the implementation of a catalogue of best practices, a different story must be told in the face of environmental challenges. As suggested by the philosopher Malcolm Ferdinand, author of Decolonial Ecology, thinking of ecology from the Caribbean world, we must make the planet the focus of ecology. Talking about a climate emergency is all very well, but it is important to understand that this is not enough as a response. Rather than taking a solely environmentalist approach, the goal is also about politics, society, and mindsets. This is where we, who are involved in international cooperation and cultural projects, can really add our voices. And together with stories of change, our call for action is to encourage people to take action in whatever field of power they have related to the issue, both individually and collectively. And we are all here mostly as cultural professionals, but we are also part of event audiences, actually, if you remember, which has the biggest impact. So just next time you go to a concert, to an exhibition, or a theatre play, just think about that, and maybe if you have the possibility, just try not to take your car and try other ways to get there. Because I strongly believe also that as cultural professionals, and because culture has such a prescriptive role, we must be exemplary in our fight against climate change. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So we have some questions for you, and people have asked. Do you want to stay there, or maybe come over here?
Yeah, I can move. I've experienced my political.
How was it though? Feeling like a proper politician?
Not really.
All right. So, are artists interested in staying longer? You told something during your presentation. Are artists interested in staying longer at places where they tour?
Very much so.
Oh yeah.
When they have the possibility. For them, because a lot of artists that I work with are used to traveling during the day, arriving, rehearsal, sound check, playing the concert and leaving the day after. So sometimes they don't even have time to discover the city.
Yeah.
So for them, when they have the opportunity to stay 2-3 days, even to do a radio promotion, to meet other musicians, it's always quite a benefit. But it's, of course, when you can.
Yeah,
when you have children, for example, then maybe if you are not able to travel with them, or if it implies like more childcare costs, then it's more tricky. But in general, it's something that is usually received very positively.
Yeah, fair enough. How do you get your colleagues to come along with the new green thinking? If the current mode of working suits you well, change can bring trouble and even stress for some people. So how to get your colleagues to come with the same ideas?
That's a very good question. I think we didn't speak so much about it, but there's really a big link with anxiety, mental health around those issues, and sometimes it can be really overwhelming for people in teams. So we really try to, it has been said before, but like to start from what exists and really put people like to, I don't know the right word in English, like valorize, like put them
valorizing.
For them to feel confident in taking this, and also for artists, it's also about to have them feel less guilty about this, because, as we said, it's mostly the audience that has impact, and we need artists to continue to travel, to continue to meet, to inspire us. So it's really trying also to explain what are the real impacts, and really have transparency about what is done and what can be done, actually, because we cannot change everything from one day to another. So,
thank you once again. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Yeah, thank you, Gwen. And it's now for us to take another break. This time it's second break. And if you once again look at your name tags, in front of it you can find a number. Yeah, there's a number. Everyone must have one. It marks the table where you should gather. On the tables you can find further directions for group discussions. Grab a coffee and some snacks, or maybe quickly lunch, I don't know, if you are starving, and find a table and start networking. All the speakers will be in the tables as well, so anything that you just had in your mind and you wanted to ask or share, please do it right away. We wish you a fruitful and inspiring discussion, and we'll welcome you back here for the last session at 5:30 p.m. So it's 5:30. We're going to gather here once again, and this goes to you online watchers, all of you as well. So meet you here in Tartu at 5:30. See you.
How was your break? I hope you enjoyed your conversations with new and also old friends. And as we have talked about here, like setting example and giving examples, take a good look at those decorations here. They're made from surplus materials, but otherwise would be thrown away. There are cardboard pipes, and we have colored them. So this is a very simple and excellent example how you can use something what you normally will throw away to just decorate your event. Many festivals and theaters and also culture managers in Estonia and also in Europe have taken clear steps to be more environmentally friendly. Our forum is based sharing inspiration and best practices. The third part, we introduce creative examples on how organize culture in an environmentally friendly way. I also remind you the sli.do. If you have any questions to our speakers, just wrote them there. They can be in Estonian, but also in English, so feel free what kind of language you want to use. And if you have direct question to a specific speaker, just indicate their name. Artur Mendes is a man with many talents and a great love for music and planet Earth. He's a co-manager and also one of the directors of Boom Festival, an independent festival in Portugal with special philosophy. How can a festival with 40,000 people be sustainable? Now we have a chance to ask that from Artur. Artur, please.
Hello everyone, it's a pleasure to be here. And I start showing some of the images of our festival, the Boom, that is held in Portugal since '97. And actually we say that we do a temporary city with a festival inside for a week. This place is inland Portugal, around 3 hours from Lisbon. And we went there for the first time in 2002. Nowadays the festival has an economic impact of around 56 million euros in Portugal. Most of the suppliers, which are around 200 suppliers, 90% of them are Portuguese. And through what we have been doing in Boom, we have been not only making a festival that transforms people from all over the world, but can also transform the community around us. Our festival has 40,000 people from 175 countries, which for many people is a paradox. How can something be sustainable with so much travel? But we say that we should not only obey to the mainstream approach of look at climate change and sustainability only through the greenhouse effect, because actually that's the only unit of measure that the system has. The human behavior, the water footprint, the amount of suppliers that we can involve, they are another one. So the festivals, actually, we are looking at a festival, and festivals for many people is about party. It's about fun, it's about hands up in the air, bands. People love to be in a festival. But festivals, in many ways, they have been supporting something higher than before. And for us, festivals serve various purposes. And this is why for us it's very important to look at festivals as something that can extrapolate for society. So the first thing is that festivals are microcosms of cities. If you see today, around 55% of the world population lives in cities. And by 2050, 70% of the people will be in a natural setting. So we have to rethinking cities. It has been very common to look at what has been going on in New Delhi, the traffic jams that we all have in cities, but actually festivals can really look at urbanism on a different approach. And sustainability, food supply, social justice are just small parts that we can test in festivals. The other one is that, as we can see through the COVID creativity is at the forefront of innovation for economy, but also is at the forefront of the way we reframe the conventional approach. With COVID, many of the systems and the models and the approaches that mainstream society gave us, they fall apart. And if we don't have a creative approach, then we will go apart with that. And we can see that in society with the epidemics of mental health. So creativity in festivals are just not a way to system thinking, problem solving, and much more. Festivals without creativity are just a bunch of gigs lined up. And thirdly, if we look at the Maslow pyramid of human needs, in a festival, we deal with our basic needs. We look at water, food, shelter, sanitation, but also social belonging, because we are social beings. And altogether, we create culture, but we are also exposed to culture, which is something that we've been talking around here. We can have a festival with great lineups, but if we have a festival that don't deliver proper shelter, proper food, and proper sanitation and cleanliness, maybe that festival is going to be ruined. And this is something common. I think everyone here, maybe that was in a festival, have been experienced what is the nightmare when we have a festival when the toilets are totally inappropriate. So let's just rewind here a bit. So we started this approach of festivals in a beautiful place, which is this one. And this is the Boomland. This is inland Portugal, as I said. And back in 2010, we went to this land. In 2002, we were across the lake because we had an organization from Lisbon and other folks from Porto. And we decided in 2002 to move inland. And a lot of people were saying, why the hell do you go inland? The system is here in Lisbon and Porto. Why are you moving in? So we relocated everything there. We relocated our company, we spent a lot of time there, and we created something that was for us very important, which is, for us, a festival needs to support human transformation and land regeneration. And if we don't have a land, we are just making some superficial approach into culture. So we went there, when this photo was there was nothing there. There was no water, current water, there was no sanitation, it was just a beautiful landscape. And we had around 6 months to build infrastructure to hold, at that time, 20,000 people. So this place is inland Portugal. It's a beautiful place. This is the closest village with 80 people. The youngest person on this village is 65 years old. And the infrastructure of this place is only designed for 10,000 people. So suddenly we arrived with 20,000, and now we are 40,000. Imagine how can the whole region have a new approach into water, sanitation, etc. We are a major stress of that. But we are also, on another way, a major improvement of the social sphere. Because in this region, it's an elderly population. It's very beautiful, the landscape, but it's also one of the hopeless sides of Portugal, because it's highly dependent on state, lots of immigration, critical mass lost, and a lot of people are moving out. As you can see here, there is around 14% people lost from the two polls, survey polls, 2009 and 2020. The only increase that we see now, this is the Portuguese population, the only increase now that you see into this region is actually the foreigners that are starting to work at the festival and they are fixating there. So we are watching a steady increase of the latest demographic poll due to the fact that the boom is there. But as I said before, we had to look at solutions. How could we turn that part, that other landscape that I showed before, into something that can hold a festival? And so we were looking at different technologies. One of the technologies that we were using and that we started to put a lens and to create a framework is permaculture. Permaculture, for someone that knows, is based on an ethics: care for the people, care for the earth, fair share. And there's a huge set of permaculture principles that are actually the network and the framework that can imply us to do a festival. So for instance, nowadays we have a water treatment station that can treat up to 7 million liters of water, which is all the water that we produce and consume at the festival. It comes from the public grid, and through some permaculture techniques, all that water now can be reintroduced to the land regeneration and reforestation. At the same time, all those images that you saw before, these videos, they are also done with several principles, especially like working with the landscape and never against it. This is why we can preserve and regenerate everything that we are doing. For us, it's not only about bringing people to have fun, it's really, as I said before, about land regeneration. And these are the design principles that we obey. It's a bit like in our lives, when we have some ups and downs, sometimes we have to zoom out and look at the principles at our core to see where is our roots. And permaculture gives our roots. This is the most important for us, is always, everything we do, for instance, a garden, is based on preserve and enhance biodiversity. So we introduce local species that are resilient to water. In Portugal, this year, again, in the winter time, 90% of the country was on drought. 2 years ago, 99% of the country was on extreme drought. So everything that we do, it has to be working with nature and never against. And the festival has to mirror this when we are designing it. In this picture, you can see some small garden that we did. This is water that we introduced. And there is several species that are here. And now this was a land that was completely desert. And now you can see the frogs overnight to sing. So it's very possible to do this kind of regeneration works when we have proper principles. So now the cultural side, the social side. It's been really nice to see all the presentations here. Community is really there, very present. One of the things that we've been doing also is to present the local community, but also the international festival community with knowledge that comes from far, with techniques, in this case bioconstruction, that came from Bali, Indonesia. And through that, we were introducing in 2006, for the first time on a festival of this scale, bioconstruction, using bamboo. This bamboo is still being used today. So this is, again, reframing the way that we look at materials. What is sustainability? If we are still using bamboo that we brought from Indonesia, we are still reusing today, and we brought a bunch of Balinese architects and artisans, and they created a major impact in the festival industry that, of course, has the sensitivity to it, and also a major impact in the local population. So one of the things that also is most, we are mostly happy is that we did not only change ourselves, our organization, the people that visit also the festival, but the whole Idanha Nova region. Because that we have almost 90% of the suppliers, Portuguese and local, Idanha Nova became the first bioregion of Portugal. And at the same time, because of the Boom Festival, they applied to become the first city of music in Portugal. This was because the festival was there, and because of Boom started a whole creative ecosystem, another small festival started to come. Musicians are there. Now there is an orchestra living there that have one of the best maestros, Martin Sousa Tavares, in Portugal, and they are applying to keep on bringing more musicians, following the example that we are doing there. So the producers and the promoters and everything created an ecosystem in this region where I showed before was losing people. But through creativity, we are reframing completely the way of being inland. It's not about a rural area. It can be rural, it can be creative, it can be innovative, and we can regenerate not only the land, but also we can regenerate the whole situation socially. And it's about socially that I want to introduce the next slide, which is many times we are talking about sustainability on the outside, but what about us, humans? Ourselves, our teams, our organizations. Many times with our fast pace of festival production, we kind of lose it and we get burnout and we get stressed, and sometimes we are too much giving outwards and not feeding inwards. So it's very important that we also have a sustainable framework to be sustainable inside ourselves and our core group. So we use a technology, a social technology that we imported from Australia called Dragon Dreaming. Dragon Dreaming has its 4 quadrants. It is an updated version of the wisdom of the Western Australia Aboriginals and is based on 3 principles: preservation of the earth, community building, and personal growth. And so these 4 principles, which is the dreaming, the planning, the doing, and the celebrating, are something that we always need to have in a team. But it's also something that we should have inside us every time we go into a project, every time you go into something. So for instance, most of us in the cultural sector with COVID, we maintained ourselves in the dreaming and planning. We were not doing and we were not celebrating. And the celebrating here is not about going into party with friends and dinner out and drink and whatever. Celebrating is really about feedbacking and sharing and acknowledging and taking the awareness of the amazing things, the low sides, what we need to improve that we did all together, always on a social approach. So actually now, in this event, we are finally on the doing, on the third quadrant, which congratulations for the whole team to make it happen. But I think we all know how much only staying on the dreaming and the planning has been freaking out most of us in the cultural sector, because we were not going downwards in the doing, and also to finalize the cycle with the celebrating. And what you see below are some of our production tools that we apply on every part of the process. So we start with strategy meetings, mood boards, and then we create on the planning organizational charts, timelines, part sheets, general meetings, protocols. This is quite common for everyone in the creative side. But then we start on the doing. We have to go on site, we have to build. And during the event, we have the event logs so that we know everything that is happening. And so with all of this, in the end, we have the celebrating with financial reports. That is very important for us to be sustainable. And the inventory so that we can reuse materials, but also some performance evaluation. And this is not about the standardized performance evaluation. We have a way of doing peer coaching, and it's through peer coaching that we improve the quality of the team. So let's try to wrap it up. From permaculture design to go into the inland Portugal and to create an impact on the surrounding community and to bring people from all over the world and to try to change not only ourselves but also to regenerate the land. It's quite important that we make this question: why and how sustainability, ethics and festivals can have an impact for system change. Because festivals are a common thread in human history. They were celebrating harvests, marked victories, etc. So for us, the answer is that by showing human-centered, eco-aware technologies, we can transform ourselves, our organization, our audiences, and our communities around us. If it's something that is being done from your heart, with knowledgeable people that want to take risks, this is something that is achievable by everyone. We could do it, and we believe you can all do it here and elsewhere. Thank you.
Thank you, Artur. And we will meet Artur after all speakers have told their stories in the panel discussion. So all of your questions, what you have asked here, or people who are looking us online, will be asked in the panel discussion afterwards. I like to ride my bicycle. I have 3 of them, but there is one bike that is even greater than mine, or mine, 3 of mine. So the founder of Velo Concerts, guitarist Jonas Skilboe, has always been interested in discovering new ways to perform. He has experience touring the world over 20 years, and that has led him to develop Velo Concerts, a mobile, ecological-friendly stage setup. The same stage you most probably have noticed up there, and you had opportunity to observe closer. Welcome on stage, Jonas.
Thank you very much, and Triin, thank you very much also for inviting me here for the Kultuurikompass. Now you told everything about Velo Concerts, so I think I can enjoy my day now. No, I would like really to share some of the things regarding Velo Concerts. I had this dream, actually, a few years ago, that I wanted to create a new event format. I wanted to create a format where I can bring out culture everywhere, but it should also be a format that should be sustainable with zero emission. And my solution was to put a stage on a bike. It might sound quite crazy for some people to actually put a concert stage on a bike, but I saw this as actually the best solution and the most logical solution. We founded in 2019, and the mission was really bringing out culture anytime, anywhere. I was touring for, I think, almost 20 years, to be honest, as a guitarist all around the world. But I got children, and I thought, oh, I have to act responsible. I have to make the world a better place for my children. I cannot continue the same way, traveling around with an airplane every fortnight and actually polluting the world. I have to actually be a good example. And I love to move people. I love to move people with my art. But with Velo concerts, I really wanted to move things on a bigger picture. I wanted to take personal responsibility and action and let Velo concerts be a peer project about how we can implement sustainability as artists. We started in 2019, so I said, with the first stage. I partnered together with an amazing Austrian designer, Jakob Ilera, who really understood what I wanted, because people were just saying, this Danish guy, he's kind of a freak. He wanted to make bike concerts, and he wanted to put everything on a cargo bike. He understood me, and I'm very, very happy that he did so. But really, actually, it was also really a challenge, because putting an entire stage on a cargo bike, it's not just something you do overnight. So Jakob, with all his fantastic ideas, we managed to make the first stage actually almost 5 meters broad, unfolding in only 2 minutes. And I think the maximum of people who had on the stage was 11 people on that. So it is a serious stage, but of course it was a huge challenge, because this first stage was around 90 kilos, which doesn't sound so much for a normal stage, but we had to bike it around. And we also carry the entire equipment, the amps, the light, and so on only one bike. Now, 3 years later, we actually lost weight, so we have now our stages on 45 kilos. So I think we really had a very serious diet, and it was not only from working hard. I just wanted to share with you how actually it's working. So we have this newest stage from us, which is a wooden stage now, and it actually very, very simple, fold together, and then we can actually drive off. And we had an approach that we are on the road. We are doing public events. So we also wanted things to be beautiful. We have to interact with the surroundings. We have to respect the surroundings and introduce beauty and interact with beauty in the surroundings. That was, for me, a very, very important point. For me as a musician, it was also very important. It should be a stage for everybody. It should be a stage. I come from classical guitarists, but I actually also really love some rock and roll. So it should be a stage that can host everything. So that was also really something that really demanded innovative solutions. Normally in the event scene, you say the heavier the better, the sound better. But we had to go the entire different way, because I had to bike that up the mountains. And now 3 years later, we have some of the newest solutions on the market. Just on the stage out there, you see, actually we just got the LED light systems that actually normally you see behind Bon Jovi on the stage, but now it's like in micro solutions on our stage. So really full professional light solutions in micro format. The same counts also for the sound system. We actually were very lucky or pleased, actually, I think even after 2 months inventing this new format, we got approached by JBL saying, you guys, you're really cool. And my friends in the music business saying, but you only have 200 followers on Instagram. And they found us there. And actually, they were really a very good support also from our small company here and project where we started 3 years ago. So really to get some of the very, very best solutions about how to create a good sound on our stage. So it's all completely battery powered. That means we can really bring out events anywhere. So we did it on top of the mountains, we did it in the city. And with the approach of that should be really no limits, only your imaginations. in 2020. We were, of course, all sitting at home, struck by the pandemic. But I like to be creative. That was what I was doing for the last 20 years. So I said, let's grab the opportunity. We have to use this to make a statement that we can bring out culture with zero emission. So I planned a tour throughout Austria. We wanted to go almost 800 kilometers in 8 days, all over, with a band, actually a group of musicians, good friends of mine, even better on the tour, and a camera team, without any car on the road. And we actually made it. And we met musicians on the road, we played with local bands, and the only thing actually was not planned was actually the date. So we were just waiting for the date when Austria opened up, and on that day we left on tour. And it was really, really a great success, and really showed that it's actually possible not only to bring out locally concert tours, but actually really to make a decent concert tour. And for me, that was one of the very best tours in my career, I must say. To have the connection with the nature, with the body, but also to have the connection with the audience where you came. We went to villages, and they had never seen something similar, like Velo concerts. And these surprises, letting culture unfold on locations where people could not even think about having a rock concert or a classical ensemble playing in the middle of the fields. For me, it is very important that culture should be for everybody. My aim is really that culture should have a place everywhere. We all listen to music, but we should also enjoy the live experiences of music. We should enjoy to fill our city centers with music like we did the other day here in Tartu. I had the joy to bring a stage here. We had a wonderful concert with a local artist, Kulno, who was playing in the center at 12 o'clock, and at 3 o'clock we had the stage unfolding in Marleen, outside in the outskirts where actually culture normally doesn't reach out. And this is for me one of the very important things about Velo concerts, democratization of culture. I used to play in the fine concert halls, Musikverein, Wien, or in Berlin in the concert halls, and I love this culture. I love the great concert halls. But I also would like to bring this culture out of the normal frames. I would like it to reach out to everybody and to enrich people with great cultural experiences. And this, I think, we've really achieved now with Velo concerts, that we make it possible to have culture everywhere. We also want to really to bring people together. We want to present culture in eye height. I played many years in contemporary ensemble where it's more about blip, blop, 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 or weird music. And we've seen also these kind of concerts. We had last year in a festival, before a rock band, we have 11 recorder people playing with Game Boys and recorders with people who would really hate that kind of music in the concert hall. I had that personal experience myself. But the kids was just standing totally flabbergasted in front of the stage, seeing this weird performance going on. And straight after, one of the top pop rock musicians in Austria performing on the stage, all meeting on our stage. And this is some of these moments that for me really shows that culture is not just mainstream, but we can present interesting culture if we do it with the right format. No? So we have like rolling concerts, events like I showed the other day here in Tartu, where we actually had more concerts going on in one day. And this also opened completely new possibilities on how can you make event management. You can really make a micro tour, a mini tour around your city with the local band, and you can stimulate the local scene with your local artist, but also, of course, bringing your local heroes actually who comes from abroad, inviting them on the stage. And we are trying really to support every company, business who actually also have a green mission. We want to really wear the jeans that are fairly produced, the shoes, everything. If you're talking about merchandise, also like you guys, it should be all fairly produced. We want that everything that is connected with Velo concerts has a statement. It should all have a meaning and being environmentally friendly. We also now actually are working on bringing Velo concerts outside of Europe, because actually Velo concerts is also really a platform for giving a voice for people. So we are currently exploring new possibilities to set up an experiment in Uganda with NGOs, where we actually can bring out information, but we can also play at the local wedding, making cultural events in places that were previously not possible. Because we can power everything with solar panels, we can set it up in areas in Africa where actually people before never had access to cultural events. And we want really, for Velo concerts, to make a difference. We want to make an impact. We have a mission about that in the future, culture can be brought out with zero emission anytime, anywhere. And I thank you very much for your attention. And I'm looking very much forward to see you at our next Velo concert. Thank you.
Thank you, Jonas. I truly hope that this Velo concert bike will be riding also in Tartu and in Estonia, and very soon. Our next speaker is Kiira Kivisaari. She works as the environmental coordinator for Helsinki Biennale. Her responsibilities are creating an environmental program and mapping out the environmental impacts of the event. And now we will hear more precisely how she has done it. Welcome, Kiira.
So, hi. Today I'm going to present to you shortly Helsinki Biennale, and then more in detail I'm going to go through the environmental work that we have been doing. To start with, Helsinki Biennale is a contemporary art event which takes place on Vallisaari Island, which is located in the Helsinki archipelago. And the first ever Helsinki Biennale was held last summer from mid-June until late September. So for an event, it's quite a long time. And the Biennale presented 41 artists and artist groups. And most of these artworks, 38 of them, were located on the island. During the summer, 150,000 visitors visited Vallisaari Island. It is also good to note that Helsinki Biennale is part of HUM Helsinki Art Museum, and therefore it is also part of the Helsinki City organization. This means that the Biennale needs to be in line with the city set environmental guidelines as well. Responsibility and maintaining nature's ecological sustainability are key values of Helsinki Biennale. So, environmental matters have been given special consideration from the outset. Some central environmental aspects for the Biennale was to manage our environmental matters through an environmental management system called Kultuurikompass. And during the Biennale, we estimated our CO2 footprint actually through 2 CO2 calculators to track down our biggest emission sources, which was travel and logistics, as well as material purchases. Helsinki Biennale set 7 major goals for the first ever Helsinki Biennale. Each goal had also 1 or more measures that helped to reach each goal. You may take a picture of these goals if you wish to look at them more carefully. But most of these measures were fulfilled. Some were discarded even before the event, and some were achieved partly. And some goals even arch to the future biennales. We noticed quickly that it is quite difficult or nearly impossible to come up with measuring standards, at least for now, that would provide us data that would be comparable.
we still thought that it would be important for us to collect data so that we can kind of find a baseline for our work. Since this was the first time arranging, we had no idea what type of impact creating a biennial, producing a biennial would mean. Next, I am going to present a few examples on how we measured things. Oh, sorry. As for calculations, we collected data for our CO2 calculator. And this we did, for example, for the travel, so that I simply sent out a survey once a month, 2 times a month, to our staff members and asked them, where did you travel? With what did you travel? Who traveled with you? Or if they were traveling or sending stuff, then I asked how much did that weigh? And all this was collected to a huge Excel. Another thing that we also used was that every site that art piece was located on the island was inspected by a conservation biologist. And based on the feedback we got, it set ground rules for each piece. I am going to give examples of both the artworks as well as day-to-day actions that influenced our staff during the summer. So in this photograph, you see a work by Alicia Quade, and it's called Parspartoto. And it is actually one of the few pieces that was delivered to Helsinki from abroad. But the piece was never delivered back. So the piece was bought by the art museum, and it was relocated in the city of Helsinki as public art, thus lengthening its lifespan and therefore also minimizing its environmental impacts. Here we see Jaakko Niemelä's Key 6, and it was quite a conversation starter. The red deck indicates the sea level if Greenland was to melt. And it's a good reminder that art has the power to bring people together and discuss things even if the matters would be difficult. The deck returned to the artist and the scaffoldings were returned to the firm that lended them or rented them for us. So no material was left behind. And here we see Tadashi Kawamata's piece called Vallisaari Lighthouse. The idea the artist had was to use only wood which would be found on the island. But due to safety requirements and cultural heritage, the piece needed also new raw materials. This is a good example how sometimes sustainability dimensions are in contradiction with each other. This is the Helsinki Biennial shop, which was decorated mainly with recycled materials from the art museum, and some materials like the rocks and the sticks in front of the shop were found from the island. Lastly, the staff equipment also was mainly rented or recycled. For example, the microwaves, the refrigerators, and bicycles and so forth. We hunted down where we could find leftovers or the city was giving them up. In addition, none of the staff clothing had any years printed on them. This way we could use the clothing again in the upcoming biennials. So, the first biennial turned out to be a true learning experience for us. And the impact study we did to analyze the socio-cultural and the environmental impacts, as well as tourist appeal and maritime characteristics of the first biennial, can be used as a good tool when designing the next. And if you're interested in this, the whole study is found also in English online, and it's all available for you. In the near future, we want to take actions to reduce the negative impacts which were highlighted in the impact analysis, including, for example, the travel emissions. In addition, we want to enlarge our idea of responsibility, also reaching to social, for example, social responsibility. This could mean, for example, enhancing accessibility. It could be more digital art or more art on the mainland, which is, of course, more accessible by nature compared to Vallisaari, which is a natural state island. Lastly, I would like to present a question and do a quick survey for you. So, I ask you to stand up if your organization that you represent has already an environmental program, and if you can raise both of your hands up if after today you are thinking of building one. So, quite many are thinking of building one, and quite many already have one. That's great. Thank you so much. Thanks.
Thank you, Kira. I find a place to sit. And Jonas, Artur, you two come on stage. You still have a possibility and chance to ask questions from our dear panelists here. Very good. What?
Yes.
Take a green one. I'm not biting you.
Yes.
Thank you.
But we wanted to protect her to sit in the middle.
No.
That's gentlemen.
Okay. So, yeah, you have still possibility to ask questions. And I do my best to also ask them from each and everyone here. But I will start with my own. We heard here success stories. You told how great you are doing, and you are, and I'm admiring it. But when you think about it, when you had all what you know right now, and you could start again, what you would do differently?
Ladies first.
Okay. Well, I said already once we were talking a little bit about this beforehand with you, and it's quite a difficult question, but I would say that I started the environmental work after we had already picked out some artists. So I think we can do a better job at taking them even more into our environmental thinking with us, so that they would be even more committed, even though many of them are personally, but through the biennial. That's something that I would like to do.
Yes.
Well, as Kierkegaard said, the Danish philosopher, the life you understand backwards, but you live it forwards. And I actually don't think that it would have been possible to do it differently, but you learn a lot of things on the way, and then you always try to improve, and that was always the thing also being an artist. I went on stage, and I would always give the best I could do in this very concert. And I still continue with that approach, that I always think we can do better.
Yeah, I also tend, and our organization, we tend not to look behind too much and not to rewind too much, because we do believe that things happen in the way that it unfolds, and we are creating the conditions for making it happen. So what is really our focus all the time is to try to reframe everything that we are doing presently. We are always trying to see from different lenses and always looking at the extreme case. Always try to reframe our approaches and always making sure that a mistake is not a problem. It's actually something that we can progress and that we can involve the team to go forward. So it's accepting a culture of the mistake as a way to move forward.
Yeah, I totally agree with it. So it's very good to take your experiences, would it be good or bad, and put them in use. And I have here a question from the audience to Jonas, actually two of them. So what do you do when it rains? And this is the first one. And do you have a roof on the stage? And do you have to be a very strong person to ride with a velo bike?
Do I look very strong? But, well, what do we do when it rains? For me, it's also really a symbol of respecting the nature.
Yeah.
When it rains, we have to work with the nature. So then we drive under the local bridge. If there's no bridge, then we postpone the concert. But we want to work with the nature, and I want Velo concerts to be actually a symbol of that also, that we have to work with the frame of how the nature is working. So yeah, that's what we do, and we actually offer for our customers, so to say, that actually they can also get another date, actually, because we want to apply the rules of nature in our business. Yeah.
Okay.
But I don't think you have to love biking properly, or you don't need to be so strong. The only thing you have to be strong is when you put the stage or put the bike off to get the stand back. But there's always a helpful girl in the audience who would help me. Or guy.
And girl. This has to be female, right?
Sorry?
To push you away or help you, it has to be a female.
No, we actually, this is actually something that is very serious for me. Of course, we like to joke in Denmark, but actually, for me, it's also very important to show equality in our company. So we also have female drivers, and I really want to show that this should be as normal as guys driving out with it. That we should not have to think about, is it a man or woman, or is it a gay guy, or is it a lesbian guy, or is it a heterosexual? We are all humans. And that's very important for me also.
Artur, is it raining also in Portugal? How you have things with rain?
No, we have more things with lack of water. Actually, yeah, it's happening there.
Question also from the audience. It has been, or has it been ever a challenge to be taken seriously, for example, by the municipality? Do people dismiss Boom as a bunch of hippies, or how do you manage it with it?
I mean, if we look at the history of music, the best creators are always the outcasts. And we always look at the margins to see creativity. Mainstream and pop culture never create nothing in terms of creativity. They are good at capitalize and monetize. When jazz started, it was black people, drug heads, outcasts of society. Nowadays, jazz is academic and is some of the most respected music styles ever. So prejudice is part of the human condition. Prejudice is part of human history, like slavery. Ignorance is part of everything. What we know is that we are on the correct track, and we are bringing something that the politicians never achieved to do, which is raising population in their own premises, solve a problem of sanitation, creating culture without asking them money because we are 100% independent. So if they regard us as hippies or punks or cyberpunks or transhumans, we really don't care.
Yeah, that deserves applause. But have other municipalities, for example, turned to you and said, Artur, please come with the Boom to another, like come to us, come to our city?
Yeah, there was, and also we were proactively looking for, but there is a thing with, again, is one of the design principles I was mentioning, the work with nature, never against, and that nature has been giving us so much, and we have been working with it so much that is almost impossible to find the good connection with that kind of landscape. But also, I have to say, like the local council, the local municipality, they are really in favor of our festival. As you could see, they have been using us to promote themselves and to show an example. So they are really some of the community of politicians that have been really positive about us.
Thank you. Kira, next question will be for you.
Please.
Was environmental consideration always part of the setup of Helsinki Biennale?
Yes, that I can say with my whole heart that yes, and it started with the concept of also the curators, and when they started to build up the concept of biennale, and it was already there set that these environmental matters need to be taken into consideration, especially when we were going out into a island with a very unique nature, which Vallisaari is filled with. So it has been from the beginning a very important starting point.
Can you a little bit open up the collaboration with the local municipality and Helsinki city?
Yeah, well, the whole biennial is part of Helsinki's maritime strategy, so we are very, very deeply connected with the city and mostly financed also by the city. So that's a lot of work that we do, of course. And then the Finnish Forestry Administration is also a very important actor because they maintain the whole island that we work on. So these are some important connections we have.
Jonas, you also work with municipalities and city culture departments.
Yes.
How they have reached you and kind of take your Velo concert stage?
Well, actually, honestly, we have such a huge demand on our Velo stages, our Velo concerts. So actually, they are actually just coming to us. A good example now this year, we have Donauinsel Festival, which is, I think they have more than 1 million visitors in the festival. And they used to, the last 2 years, to drive around in the city of Vienna the entire month before the festival with a double-decker bus, bringing out culture. Very, very bad idea in my opinion. Now I can say it in this forum. And this year they actually cancelled that and they bring out the concert with my stages. And that is really, for me, really a, let's say, a small victory or a big victory to see that actually people are really changing and implementing this in their festival thinking. And they also, it is not only about let's make it sustainable, it's let's make it sustainable, but let it make it possible everywhere. Because they were saying, yeah, we can only actually produce our concerts in 7 venues with the buses. With my stages, we can produce it in all 23 districts of the city. So it's also for the event scene, actually really a good business and a good use that we have for the stages, because we actually make it possible on completely new locations and really everywhere. No?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And collaboration is a big word here, I think.
Yes.
Because how else, I also heard that a lot in Lewis' speech today, that not everybody's others as well, that we can raise awareness and kind of get the message out there if we work together and collaborate. So another question from the audience. What are the craziest we can't arguments you have heard from your partners, stakeholders or municipalities in the context of becoming more environmentally friendly? Let's start with Artur.
It's a bit difficult. I mean, I have to reframe a bit the question. So there are two things. One thing is like in the beginning of our compost toilet mission in 2006, there was no law that could fit our system, because they were looking at it as garbage that is contaminated. And so we have been having a strategy which is, if something is not fitting the law, then we go into the academics and they will create a report with analysis, and with that we can kind of create to the lawmakers an approach for them to give us the license to do that. And we are still in this process up to today, where for the event a compost toilet is something that is not garbage but is not quite authorized as well. But every edition we have a university that gives us not only the analysis of the output, and they also categorize that as A++ fertilizer, which can be used as bioagriculture. And one time we had a neighbor, a local neighbor, that he saw the compost toilets there in the land, because the land you can go with a bike, and he made a complaint to the nature police. And so they went to inspect, and when they saw the kind of report that we have from the authorities, they could not argue, because we were kind of in this above the law and showing data and showing science for them to comply. So I think this is a good note to see, never to get afraid of risk, especially in environmental conditions. And if we are really familiar and knowledgeable about what we are doing, let's go beyond the law, because sometimes the law are not up to date, and let's create data from the scientific community so that we can progress in our route into sustainability.
Jonas.
That was a good answer, but I don't even remember the question again.
The question was, what are the most we can't arguments from your partners, municipalities, or
against what we do? Or
yes. The most most not ridiculous, but
I actually really don't think that there is. I don't really get that very often. These like ridiculous things against Velo Concert. Actually, it's very well perceived, and I take critics as a challenge. I like it also to make it as a kind of thing, okay, there I can maybe improve. I mean, the thing with the rain comes very often, but I actually thought about these things, and of course every good critic or crazy opposition is also something to make yourself reflect. So I was an artist playing crazy music for 20 years, so I'm used to that actually.
I found also the question, what are the craziest we can't arguments you have heard? So, Kira.
I have to agree with Jonas here that I haven't heard that many that would come up to my mind. And I think one of the reasons is that we committed our most important stakeholders to the process of building up the environmental program, and therefore they knew all the time what we were doing and we knew what they were doing, and communication is typically easily goes wrong, but it's the most important tool you can have.
I actually remember one crazy thing, because I remember when we went on the concert tour, the very first day we planned in 130 kilometers, and we had to climb approximately 1,500 meters, and before that I never did more than 30 kilometers. I did not tell anyone, but I actually did not calculate very well the batteries for the entire team, because we were 3 cargo bikes and also 2 other bikes. And we were actually delayed because of this was the very first time we ever did it. And the mayor up there at the top of the mountain where we had to play at 5 o'clock, and we started literally at 5 o'clock in the morning. He called and they arranged a truck to get us so we could be at time for the concert. Nice. And I refused it. And our manager on the tour, he got so angry at me, and they were like, how can you do this? It is so the most embarrassing. Sorry, Werner, I'm very sorry. It was the most embarrassing situation in his entire professional life. But for me, it was very important to state that we don't make compromises. I wanted to prove that it was possible, but of course, we also have challenges, and sometimes we have to learn from that. And that was really hard learning, but we did it, and we adapted our tour after that first day. We have even drove through rain 3 days, the first 2 days. So, and then the very first day, the sun was coming out, we went out and played a beautiful concert along the river in one of the most gorgeous places in Austria. You can find also a video of that on YouTube, but that was for me magic, no? So crazy things.
Yes, absolutely crazy, but good that you stick with your word. So our panel discussion sadly is coming to an end. No. We had such a short one here, but don't worry, all your questions will be sent to our guests and speakers, and they will get answered writtenly. But the last one that goes to all of you. Okay. What would be the next thing for us here in Tartu that we should do in taking this environmentally friendly background, what we have discussed it whole day here? Maybe some great examples what could be adopted also in here, Tartu, or other cities, what you are practicing?
Well, I have to answer with our own lens, which is just one lens. We have to look to the outside world reality with the lens. And for us is, first, think always long term, because sustainability is a love affair. and it's a love affair that will have ups and downs, will have conquests and defeats, but it's something that we will have to put, we have to be very resilient, and we should always have a long-term perspective. Then it's very important to know what is the natural system around. This is what, for instance, in Portugal we have lack of rain, as we were talking in the interview before. So lots of our systems to make the environmental program better, they are all about reintroduction of rain. So in a country like Estonia, where the heating systems of the buildings have surely an impact, maybe something that can start to reframe the heating systems with a new approach, it might work. And through that, there are, for instance, technologies of sanitation that can produce gas, and this gas can be reintroduced. I mean, there are some technologies around. I mean, not to go too much into the detail, but try as much as possible to create the network of food suppliers so that the food supply is not an ideology, but a reality that can support everything in the cultural buildings. And finally, to really make sure that the local community generates a creative ecosystem, not only of musicians, painters, whatever, but also promoters, critical mass, people that can really foresee the future. Because we tend to say, save the planet, but I mean, the planet in the end, the science say that will explode in 1 billion years' time. So this is the reality. So we really need to think on a totally grand scale of things, of what kind of systems can we create besides the planet. I mean, what kind of living entities can we create through our stronger connection with sustainability?
Kira, what do you think? What we should adopt?
I actually think that I want to challenge you. If you are having, for example, an art event where art pieces are produced, I want to challenge you to, this is something we haven't done yet, so maybe we can then discuss how you did it. But I want to challenge you to come up with a tool to find out the environmental impacts of creating an art piece. That's something we didn't detect yet. What are the environmental impacts of an individual art piece?
Challenge accepted. Jonas, what do you think?
Well, I would say, I think you should take action, and you should take action where you are yourself. So if you're a hairdresser, make your innovative first sustainable hairdressing salon. If you are having a car shop, you should sell it and make a bike shop. And if you're the municipality of Tartu, you should buy a velo stage and get culture out here. That I would say.
I hope our mayor heard that as well. Thank you. It has been a lovely time with you here on stage. Thank you for coming. And now it's the time for closing words.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, you can go. You're going. Thank you.
I guess this event comes to a beautiful end. I wanted to say sad, but then I rethought my words. Anyway, I guess all of you who have been watching us or who have been here at the venue have taken notes, or maybe just notes in your head. I've taken several notes, couple of them, okay, many of them in my head, and I try to kind of write down some of them. So some of them might be the same that you have, but I just go through some things that I will take with me after today's beautiful forum. So start building from what you have. Experience brings expertise. Culture brings people together, and that's a way to share knowledge and messages. Take responsibility, act, and stay on track. Transform the community, work together with the environment. Change the way how people can get to the location. Think about the mobility. Rethink venues and stages like velo concerts and reach everywhere. This is why I like yours as well. And try to measure your events. Go ahead. This info is something worth having, and don't worry about the mistakes. They will make you stronger and better for the future. See how you can act. Over to you.
Very nice summary. We want to make a revolution. We want to organize all events in European Capital of Culture Tartu 2024 program together with 19 municipalities with environmentally friendly way, using the same guidelines. We can only do that together by learning from each other and sharing knowledges. So I hope this event have been one part of it, but let's continue from today to onwards and until 2024 and after that even.
Thank you all listeners and who have been watching us and who have been here. Thank you all performers. Thank you the team that made it possible. Let's give a round of applause. Thank you very much.
Also, yes, that's very important for applause. I also want to thank you, our great partner, Finnish Institute, who were helping us that with that Kira could come here. So thank you. But today doesn't have to end here. We're happy to invite you our after party and also people behind the screens if you're in Tartu or in southern Estonia. Please, you have an hour. Please join us to Vilde and Vine, what is located in Valligravi 4. We start a little dance party there with great moves and great music. And it begins in 1 hour? Oh, 1.5 hours. So let's meet there at 8 and continue with more informal location and informal situation with our discussions and reflections of the day. So please join us. And if you have any questions or thoughts, please share under our Facebook page or write us. And thank you for spending this time with us.
Thank you.